commissions yesterday to please meet me outside plenary. It's quite urgent. I would appreciate your being there now. Thank you. You're quite comfortable on the stage, so come join us. My challenge to him was, is he going to sing or dance, or how's he going to give us his feedback? So let's see what he adds to our entertainment. Okay. The third feedback will be from sports, recreation and fitness, and Miss Lindy Mataboke. Please come up. And then conservation, we have Miss Fatima Esamorajele, and then for and then we don't have a chair yet, but that's okay. And we apologize to Tabang Motlatla, who will be presenting on the hospitality and tourism feedback. So you know the order you're going to be speaking in. You have between 10 and 15 minutes. We've decided to, in order to recoup this time, and because we're going to have other questions and answer sessions, at the end of this, there won't be questions and answers for the Commission or the CEO. Okay, thank you. Jennifer, you want to come up and start?
Guys, just need to put my slides up. As you can see, I have to alter it quite a bit because I'm quite shorter than everyone else. No, it's not there. Yeah, they can. Great, this is my slides. Perfect, thank you very much. Okay. So, I represent the Gaming and Lotteries Room Commission. When we talk about gaming, we're not talking about kudu, zebras, all that type of thing. We're talking something a little bit more exciting. We're talking about slot machines, tables, bingo, that type of thing. Okay, so we're actually the gambling side of our sector. And in our room, we had represented, well, a number of people were supposed to be represented, but unfortunately we didn't have quite the turnout we were hoping for. So our critical stakeholders was not in our room. It's not a major problem because we do know we've got a lot of buy-in from our critical stakeholders because they've been participating in the qualification review and updating. We just need to sort out one of the issues is making sure we have effective communication. So put that aside. So we went through the current state of qualifications in our sector and where we're sitting. And I updated the individuals in the room with what's going on so that we can then talk about the high-impact projects that was presented by our colleague in the room from Cathsseta. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through my slides talking about the key points that we were given to discuss and our response and our feedback with regards to our sector to those areas. Okay, so the critical thing, as you can see, is a lot of the key individuals, key players were not in the room. So going forward, we do suggest that we create a committee, or I'll come to that in a moment. So Sun International, Sogo Sun, as you can see, all these guys, they're the casinos. We also need the horse racing industry, which is Pumalela, and we also need the limited payout industry and Ituba, the lotteries. So we need to make sure that there's a more effective communication with what's going on for our sector, because that is a risk to the success of anything, because then people can say they were not involved. So, the development of the HIPs. Okay, next slide. Thanks. So, in order to encourage a stronger working relationship, we want to suggest we have a committee where each one of those individuals, those organizations, nominate a member of their organisation to be represented on that committee so that we can discuss the strategy and disseminate all the good work that we've been doing with qualification design and Cathsseta support to the industry more effectively. Being the type of industry we are busy running the industry, so we're not as academic as many other industries, so we spend more time in our operations than we do thinking about development. So there is something that also we kind of think there's not much out there because we're so specialised. We can't go to TVETs, etc., because we don't have a huge target population. So TVETs don't cater for casinos because we don't have enough staff to make it viable for them to implement programs. Okay, so therefore, a lot of the training and development that takes place in our sector is driven by industry itself. So that's why we did really like the national qualifications, the legacy qualifications, because it enabled industry to do a lot of learnerships We've been doing learnerships in this space since 2010, I think, and yeah, very successfully. And because when we first started, the qualifications weren't really recognized in the industry, the gaming operations and the gaming surveillance operations. We only got 2 qualifications, and I'll talk to that in a moment. But it is something that has been readily accepted and is now looked for with recruitment of employees. Okay, so we need to get that communication going so we're a lot more effective. In order to help with employment, we also need to make sure we have more partnerships to help with replacements. Because we've been running learnerships such as the gaming operation learnership for a number of years, we do have a bit of a saturation level with our headcount and our employment equity requirements. So some of the positions, we do have a high turnover in the industry on the entry-level positions because of the nature of the business. Not everyone is happy being in this space because it's not an easy job to do. So we do have a high turnover, so there will always be learnerships required at an entry point, and we're actually quite proud to say that our retention and employment rate of our learnerships is between 80 and 100%. We have a very good retention and employment rate, because if they get through the year, we know that they can do the job, and they have a job waiting for them. Because of the licensing requirements, they've already got a gaming license. So we've already made that investment in them, and they're already on our rotas, they're in our systems. But going forward, we want to make it a more exciting, dynamic industry so that people are aware this is a career opportunity. We want to work with Cathsseta to approach the cruise ships in order to create a career path of people who are successful on a learnership, they've got experience, they can go work on the cruise ships, get more of an international exposure, and really bring that expertise and more worldwide knowledge back to South Africa so they can then go on a management development program, that type of thing. So it's something that we're in discussions already with Cathsseta that we're very excited about as an industry, that we can make it a more exciting place to be. So we only have currently one learnership that's dedicated to our space, and that is the gaming operation qualification, which is a legacy qualification, which is a problem because, as you know, they expired and we had to motivate them for them to be renewed. We've been busy trying to get those qualifications redesigned. We've been trying since 2017 to get qualifications registered. So there's not a lack of passion from the industry. There's been a few challenges with the process. So we have a meeting next week to review the work we've done so far and get QCTO to verify the qualifications we've developed. So every qualification our sector needs to be registered as a learnership, because our industry is reliant on our gaming licenses. We get those from the gaming boards, and the gaming boards stipulate we have to be a level 2 BEE. So we cannot keep our grading unless we do learnerships in our sector. So it's a critical strategy to be able to move people into our space and help us. But it's something that industry is quite happy to embrace and help and drive. And we've been driving the qualification design for casinos, but we need to, as you see, get qualifications for the gaming boards, lotteries, everyone, not just the casinos. Okay, next slide. So the 2 legacy qualifications we've got at the moment, one's the gaming operation, that has been registered, but we need to get the gaming supervision, that's a legacy qualification, also registered as a learnership, something, once again, we're in discussion with Cathsseta about. We have tried to get that also registered as a learnership, but we had a couple of barriers there, so we're bringing that back. But every qualification, we actually need to be able to extend the qualifications, range of quantity of qualifications and depth of qualifications, because that's really what's barring us being able to do more work, more training, more development, and hit more targets. So we actually need to look at also the OFO codes out there, because the OFO codes don't really talk to the industry. So that needs to be a starting point, because if there's an OFO code, we need a qualification. We can't have a qualification without an OFO code. So that is a bit of a challenge we're experiencing. So that's also been putting a barrier to us implementing the QCTO qualifications in our space. Next slide. Sorry, back one. Okay. We were looking at the HIP, the High Impact Project of helping with entrepreneurship. Unfortunately, in our space, entrepreneurship is a bit limited. because of the barriers of entry to market. It's not such an easy industry to get into because it does take a high investment of equipment, and also there's a barrier to entry of gaming licenses. So it's not something that someone can set up an informal business and help develop entrepreneurship. So that is a problem. The industry can help in its suppliers, but not necessarily within the industry itself with the high impact project of entrepreneurship. The other high impact project that we discussed was responsible gambling. It was discussed at the last conference as well. And industry has been doing a lot of work around responsible gambling programs. The gaming boards have also been assisting. So there is a lot of work already out there, and there's training material out there already. So we have been discussing with Cathsseta how we can help them add value with regards to responsible gambling and the education around responsible gambling. And for us, we've actually got such a saturation point, but a skeleton staff, those that we do have that need to go on training, we struggle to release from the operations now. So the way that we can assist with rolling out a high impact project around RGP is if we were to digitize that training and make it there more easily distributable within the industry as a whole, not just the casinos. So that's that high impact project. Okay. The high impact project with regards to female development, because we don't have any management qualifications in our sector, we only have the gaming supervision qualification. We are also struggling with regards to that. So we need to look at sorting out the qualifications in our sector because we do have a need. So we are in the middle of rolling out projects using the old gaming supervision qualification, but it's not rolling across all the companies in our sector. It's just Sun International and Piermont that are involved with that project at this point in time. So the next slide. It's the implementation slide. Okay, thank you. Right. So before we can really drive projects in our place, what we need is actually a committee to make sure we get the right part involvement. So we want to participate with Cathsseta and key industry membership to actually sort out a committee so we can get that process running so that we can represent the committee to Cathsseta so that they can actually buy off and help with the monitoring of the implementation of any projects that we want to do. So we also need to be able to liaise with other sector education training authorities to find out what qualifications are being developed, especially for the gaming board requirements, what auditing qualifications are existing, because we do foresee a skills program needing to be designed to tag on or fit into the auditing process so that we can bring and do more bursaries and bring in interns in the auditing process from people who are studying auditing into the gaming board space by giving them a skills program as a block to attach onto their development. But we need to find out what's going on out there so that we can then also identify skills programs that we might need to design to add on to qualifications that are already being designed, to make it then gaming specific, gaming and lottery specific. So we would like to propose the following to help with implementation and driving a strategy in our sector, because we don't have enough qualifications that are specific to the sector. We need to do a bit of a needs analysis. It's going to take 1 to 6 months, about plus minus 6 months, where we need to investigate what OFO codes are being used, what OFO codes need to be designed, because the industry has evolved since 2010, because we've got a lot of online job functionalities that don't have an OFO code covering it, etc. So we need to find out what OFO codes there are, what OFO codes need to be designed, and then also what qualifications have been designed against OFO codes that we can use and what is missing, because that way we can then map a career. Because at the moment, individuals struggle just to move from gaming board to gaming board as a career progression around the country. So let alone moving from an auditing surveillance manager from a casino into a gaming board. So we need to sort out and map a proper career path for the sector in order to help with making that exciting career and creating that opportunity for transition. Then we need to prioritize what qualifications, so we move into phase 2 once we've done the needs analysis. Phase 2 and phase 3 can happen more or less in tandem. But we actually need to prioritize what qualifications need to be developed, and then get on with developing the qualifications. So that, as we all know, has been a bit of a slower process than we would have liked to have happened. So need to actually get the development of the qualifications, get the curriculum, identify what part, full, and skills programs need to be developed, so we can then prioritize and put the funding in place to get the qualifications developed, the curriculum designed around the practical workplace and knowledge components. And then also, we acknowledge we need to assist Cathsseta with running the Exit Integrated Summative Assessments, because it is such a specialized area. They won't be able to do this by themselves. So as we want the committee to participate and assist with the design of the Exit Integrated Summative Assessment tools, because there's no point having qualifications if you can't exit your learners. So we need to get those memorandums and tools and systems designed so that that can actually be rolled out and be of value to the industry, so it could actually transition people through the qualifications, and then give Cathsseta the tools to be able to run the ACEs when they're actually due, when the learners have completed the actual curriculum. So that's phase 2. So actually it's going to take 2 to 3 years, 24 months at least, maybe even longer, depending on the qualifications that need to be designed that we identify for the industry. And then obviously we need to get on and help industry with content development and register them as learnerships. Because it's critical that everything we design gets registered as a learnership, because it needs to drive that development in our space. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. So what would be the success factors that we can use to show that we're having a high impact in our industry? Well, key thing is, over the next 3 to 5 years, having more than just 2 qualifications for over 8,000 people in the industry would be beneficial. Also, we would be the leaders in the world with qualifications in the gaming and lottery space, because we know countries worldwide are not offering this type of development. Okay. By having a wide range of learnerships, we can assist industry to drive the high-impact projects and help move people into industry and help with the unemployment rate. We did discuss we will battle for those individuals that don't have matric, because our industry entry requirements tends to be matric. So that is a concern from an industry perspective, helping that, reducing that 30% of unemployed learners. Okay, so we need to focus on that, but making sure that those we do take into learnerships get employment. So by us partnering with cruise ships, we can actually create that career path. So these are some of the success factors we identified and discussed in our room. So the remaining questions we actually didn't get to very far, because we were a bit busy with the first part. There was a lot of discussion and sharing of information. But we do acknowledge the one policy that is impacting us is the QCTO registration of learnerships, not wanting to register legacy qualifications as learnerships, and impact of the process of qualifications. All right. So yeah, so that's basically good timing, because I just got the time to wrap up. All right, so that's the remaining questions. If you get the next slide was remaining questions. So yeah, that's what we've done. So that's basically it from our side. Thank you very much. And thank you for the participants. Okay. Your turn.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and good morning, everybody. No. Unlocking potential, unleashing possibilities. That's where we are. Let's not confuse it. Unlocking potential, unleashing possibilities. Yeah, I stand in front of you now this morning, and I just want to, I'm sure I'm allowed to give you a little bit of a, because I've walked the 360, you know, I've walked this path. I've been quiet for so many years. Many people never hear me talk except this path thing. But I have walked the walk. I've walked from the mines, where I worked in the mines, and finding my voice, the voice that was calling, and now following that path which was, I thought is just an occupational thing, music and so on, to the point that I even I got into kind of an internship of some sort and started working professionally and even signed a contract to work with Shell Road to Fame. And I had to leave all that, by the way, and enrolled at university because I wanted to go the full circle. Okay? And after that walk, I came back here, in the industry where I was. And as early as that moment when I came back, even before the coming back from university, I must share some small things with you. I had gone to Limpopo for a short while to look for my father. So, because art and culture, when it becomes that art and that culture, some of it is driven by a story. So I was a 23-year-old when I went to Polokwane to look for my father that I did not know. But where I was based, it allowed me to be next to a high school whereby a young man who was a teacher, a school teacher, had a young people who was involved in the arts. And I must tell you that out of that group, it's where I picked out a Judith Sipuma. It's where I picked out a Boy Make who lectured at Wits. It's where I picked up Pusho Levisi, who spent years with Lion King in Hong Kong. Okay? And the young man who was guiding them as an English teacher at school is now the Dr. Sello Galani that I put into Frikiba. Okay? Many people don't know where Frikiba come from. I was actually the person who went and called him and said, "You're busy," because he was a youth leader in a church, Lutheran church. "You're busy with this. Come and let me show you. There's something called tradition. There's something that is called culture." And I brought the drum in church and showed them how to play it. And the following morning, we were holding a notebook to go and speak to the elders and unearth the knowledge of Frikiba. And then later on, he joined me at University of Cape Town under the Professor Russell Khashula to guide him into coming with a system of... So this is where I come from. And when I came into the industry, I remember 22 years ago, I went to one of the stakeholders, National Arts Council. I said, I want to do a Selailo Soluta development program. And they came and they helped me with 50,000 rands. Out of that program, one of the senior lecturers at Southwest Campus, one of the TVET colleges, Kumo Khanyago, Southwest Campus in Soweto, he's lecturing there, he's playing guitar, he's one of the collaborators who write songs with Zonke for a number of Zonke's albums. So I've walked this walk, yes. And when we talk about the HIPs, I see the HIPs and the graduate internship program, and I don't have graduates, but let me tell you something. I decided to take a system. When I went into study, I learned that people like Miles Davis, they will have a different era in their music. The cool time, the rock time, the swing jazz, the bebop time, and they will have certain musicians play with them. Young musicians will play with them for 3-4 years. A new era comes in. Let me tell you, since 2002, I've made sure that in my band, a member stays 3 to 4 years. After that, he must have grown and start his own thing. So I had an unofficial graduate program whereby if you go into most bands of professional today, you'll find what I've been doing. So I'm involved, and I'm reporting back to you, in a sector that I know have been involved in it for more than 20 years. When I started attending gatherings like this, it was during the summer. Summer was not the South African Music Awards. The first summer was South African Music Association, which had Charles Mabaso, who was then at Department of Arts and Culture, as one of the people. Mzwa Kembuli was one of the board there. Jabu, Rashid Lani, who studied at institute of, in academy or some institution in LA, you know, the piano player, but he came from Vets as well. That is when I started getting into these gatherings. But I must tell you that this sector, in my experience, I'm saying some of the things for the first time, it has been a very complex and troubled sector. Very. And because we are a democratic country, large numbers of people would gather in the name of the arts to say they are going to create, to drive it towards a certain point. And most of the time, I'm saying it as Selailo Sluta, they have driven it into a halt, standstill. It never moved. It's always problematic. So, I'm looking forward. When I saw what Cathsseta has put up with their plan of focusing on the HIPs, high impact projects, and I went to look at them, graduate internship, project for the future, entrepreneurship, learning skills, and so on. And I said, this is the right place. If I have my colleagues here, this is the right place to be so that we can move forward. So we did not get much in my commission except in the beginning trying to deal with the problems that are brought in a space that was calling for high impact performance approach. And we were dealing with almost what I would see another stakeholders like National Arts Council going through when they are pulled and said, you are not doing this. No, the call here is, let's unlock the potential of our sectors and let's unleash the possibilities that are there, that are within. So the first thing that I would like to highlight is that we did touch on collaboration with other service providers, stakeholders, and government to work on renovating township and rural areas infrastructure, because some young person highlighted that yesterday. But as much as I see that, I must say, I don't know, Mr. Dlamini would know that there was a boss parade here 2 days before this conference. Yesterday you wanted to say, where's the arts and culture department? Well, collaboration is needed in terms of Cathsseta. They have highlighted it. Collaboration is needed with other service providers. I'm glad that the other service providers are here as well. And that is a loud and clear message in order for us to renovate. Renovate a township and rural areas infrastructure, which the CEO showed us some things here yesterday with his slides. Something is happening. As much as we want to renovate, I believe something is happening in these spaces. People are not even able to go back to those spaces, if we look at it. We would the Commission also would like to encourage that the skills development levy paying organizations to partner with those non-skills paying service providers to access funding for the renovations and benchmark on the use of, when they mentioned the benchmarking on the use of artificial intelligence yesterday, I just wanted to drop this one on. I have just done a course on music business and masterclass whereby we were dealing with contracts and copyright. IA on the other side, in terms of IA and the arts, in music, for instance, I'll give you an example. The whole world is grappling with the problems that come with IA. Because IA, as much as you think you are singing along on a radio with Terpa of Selailo Sluta, IA can analyze all the algorithms and bring about 4,000 more versions of that, and it can cause the companies to take out the original out of radio and usher us with a trpa that we don't know, and Selalo doesn't get royalties anymore, and we still want to say he died a pauper. So those things are the things that we need to make you aware that they are going to affect the industry the way we know it in a big way. There must be a clear articulation of the balance of skills development and creation of employment and concepts, especially in the expression of interest stages and so on. For me, development of skills and employment has always been something of a balance. Because I knew that I needed skills. It's very important. Other people, the arts has this thing that I have a talent. I'm talented. Yeah, I'm talented. I've done it. I know that as much as you're talented, I am talented. I needed to have a skill. So key to the HIPs is a twin approach that I've had here yesterday. It has always been skills, internships, entrepreneurship, learnerships, all of them. I had the debate on skill here yesterday that, measurement, skill, and so on. But for me, there have always been things that need to be balanced. There is a need, we feel there is a need for a stakeholder workshop to clarify the transition from accreditation process, from Cathsseta to the QCTO, because we were almost stuck with people bringing to the fore that they can't get accredited, and understand that that has moved away from Cathsseta. If we can just understand that in this sector, that for accreditation, we need to go somewhere else. There's a need to identify, capitalize, capacitate facilitators, assessors, and moderators to match the occupational qualifications output. And there's the workshop on the new qualifications that QCTOs is working on, and how to actively participate on the process as stakeholders. We need to offer, another thing we mentioned is we need to offer hybrid masterclasses and workshop on intellectual property, especially the performing arts sector. That one is even a big, big one. I can tell you that not only it can cause a lot of our arts practitioners and creators, can cause you to lose a lot of, actually you can lose your whole investment or property, because what you create is property, intellectual property. What you create is let me say, and you need to know how to fight for it. When I look at my engagement with intellectual property, and when I went out to fight for trpa because of another simple chips maker said theirs, it says when you eat them they go krpa in the mouth. People went on Facebook, oi, Slylo Sluda is dreaming, this is ours, and whatever. They thought I was arguing from the fact that the song is popular. No, it's popular as a song, as a copyright. But I also went further and trademarked trpa under class 9, class 16, class 28, class 25. So some don't even know what those classes are. On class 25 is to apply the name trpa with its logo on headgear, clothing, and footwear. Meaning I'm entering an entrepreneurship space. How do you move from the music and then take the song that made you famous and then enter it into a space whereby you're going to engage your IDC or DTI and say, I hear that you want to revive the manufacturing sector in textile. Therefore, I have Terpa, which is trademarked into these classes and would like to. So we need to teach our creatives in the arts sector that it's a movement. You can move from creating, then protect it, know the intellectual property rights and how to do it, and therefore move further into the entrepreneurship space. That is very important for me. So I feel in this commission that I was with, there's a lot to be done, engagements. We need to be able to be part of the movement that Cathsseta has called us to, which is just to unlock that potential and unlock those and unleash those possibilities. It is possible. We still have to have our engagements because we can see other commissions have got a planned and kind of listed things that they are going to be doing. I'm saying this because on almost every appearance where I've been, I have found this situation of being difficult to move. And I'm saying, I'm here, I'm available, I want to be part of everybody. Let's get together, collaborate, as we say, and move it forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindy Matabuche, and I'm here stepping in for Ms. Ravele. I'm not going to be long, and I'm excited to be talking after these high impact drivers. And Nayaga, it's very, 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 very short because I've been sent to actually just take you through what we have discussed yesterday. This is for sports, recreation, and fitness. And this is what we deliberated upon. And one thing that we actually dwelt on was the issue of entrepreneurship. It was vivid that it needed to be promoted within that space, and that more importantly, for youth development, we recognize that they are very tech savvy, and that will be a space where they could actually start building up entrepreneurial businesses and also being formalized in that manner. And again, one thing that also came through was the issue of collaboration. And I've got a quote that says, you cannot solve a problem with the same mind that has created it. There has to be a mind shift. And also the mind will never go away. It has never been. And in that regard, we recognize that partnership and collaboration within this space will be very important. It will be key because we recognize that there are federations that are there, confederations, clubs, and professionals. And also we have amateurs who need to come together and also form a very beautiful ecosystem as stakeholders. And again, while we are at that, we recognize that there was a very unsettling situation in terms of federations or even professionals trying to step into being accredited as training providers. They were saying the process is very tedious. Therefore, partnerships and collaboration will actually eradicate that. Therefore, we will be able to collaborate with training providers. You'll therefore being able to actually produce a multifaceted projects that we are looking for. Secondly, transformation. It was very clear that there need to be transformation within that space. It's very regulated, and therefore there are so many barriers and red tapes that are prohibiting the ones who are trying to get into that space performing well. The second one, the fourth one, sorry, it was for the sports development need to start from a school level. We recognize that educators are trying to be in the being cookers and tea makers and everything. And whereby we recognize that we need to actually start getting the young people in the community to step in as volunteering and make sure that this becomes a very seamless process whereby we started from the school, moving to community, and therefore doing that will actually be able to make sports, recreation, and fitness more meaningful. The next point was Cathsseta need to be more accessible within the industry, especially in sports. There was an issue that we are not visible, and if it's the federations that are taking on some projects, most of the people don't get a chance to actually see themselves moving on. Also, the structures within the sports, recreation, and fitness need to change. I wish I could elaborate on that, but it was articulated in such a way that it really needs somebody with a technical skill to be able to explain that into exactly what needs to be changed there. But definitely, there was a clear indication that there need to be a change within that space. One thing that was alluded was that mentoring and coaching is needed. There was an argument, not argument per se, but an engagement whereby we recognize that not only accredited qualifications are key to helping people to actually understand their sector, but however, mentorship and coaching is key in terms of unleashing those potentials of people being able to understand where they are, what they are doing, and effectuate where they are. And that will be key for every project that is being delivered, so that we can see the end results of what is being done in terms of mentorship, somebody to take you through the space and make sure that you are able to be where they are by sharing their stories. The next one was about the non-paying levy payers also need to be involved in the occupation of occupations of high demands and hard to fill vacancies. It was clear from the stats that we are lacking in terms of that. Most of the vacancies are only they are only filled by the people who are levy paying, therefore disregarding the ones who really need. We need to try and inculcate and try to inspire them to move into that space. And the last, not really the last, but the second last, was to say Cathsseta need to collaborate with the municipalities in terms of restoring the vandalized and the damaged infrastructure. The infrastructure, I may say, it was very clear that they are struggling to actually get a collaboration between the municipalities, and therefore Cathsseta could actually enhance in just helping them to see and identify in those spaces and helping as they are in link with the government. It will be easier and a smooth process if it comes from them. And lastly, it was training. It is needed, especially in the amateur space. And we recognize that there was a volunteering program that was run, and it was very successful, and that was run by Cathsseta. And for that, I want us to give them a hand of applause, because that's exactly what was indicated. And also, we have recognized in the stats that was given yesterday that most of the professionals were actually coming only from maybe NQF level 4. Therefore, we need to find a way, now that we are moving to QC2O, to recognize that these people need to be, for them to be expert matters, they really need to actually step up and get qualifications that are actually already being developed and designed. And therefore, we can actually find a way to actually deliver them differently, where we customize for every field. I think that is all. Some of the comments were more general, and I can see that most of my colleagues here have articulated them very well, and I will not waste time about that. Thank you so much.
Good morning. It's my minute of fame, so I need a Cathsseta applause. Firstly, I'd like to thank the participants that were in the conservation little room, the commission. Initially, we were intended to be about 30-odd people. We were only 8, but I think they were really critical individuals and small businesses that gave some amazing input. Also, the Department of Fisheries, Forestries and Environment, I hope I got it right, were very supportive. So I'm presenting, even though our facilitator was Prof. Lindy du Plessis. She's a rhino researcher, but she was not able to be here today. Okay, so when we go into the high impact projects, I think the first thing to say is that when the context was laid, somebody from the Cathsseta, Martha, thank you, provided us with some information. It was demographics on basically the representation, the staffing, that in conservation there was a drop in employment over a period of time, and that some concerns that were raised were the scarce skills. So before I go into the high impact projects, we had quite a lot of conversation about the data. Some of the scarce skills was conservation scientists, customer service manager, outdoor adventure guide, park ranger, and we were like, but there are those people, they exist. And a conversation further ensued, basically saying that even though people may have the qualification, some companies, some organizations actually require you to have another skill set, to be able to drive a truck, to be able to handle a firearm, in addition to your park ranger and then for the customer service manager, they also were having problems. Basically, it seemed that location. Conservation is a lovely, somewhere far away thing that people enjoy, and to recruit people and retain them, location seemed to be a big problem, in particular young people. There's no Wi-Fi. I'm going to Tsitsikamma, I'm going there. It seemed to be a difficulty. Okay, then can we look at the slides, please? So there were 3 high-impact projects that were presented, and it was found acceptable. The first one was afforestation and deforestation, and so planting trees was seen as a good thing. The second one was the river and the ocean cleanup. So specifically was the Hartbeespoort Dam and those hyacinths that are growing, as well as in KZN, the beaches. The group felt very much that this is important. However, could we pilot maybe Hartbeespoort and KZN beaches and extend it throughout the country, because it really is an important thing and we could get a lot of buy-in for that. And then the other one was about waste and the waste pickers. And there we also agreed, but in addition, we said that there are existing projects in Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. There are actually projects on waste. There are actually projects on water conservation. So if we could collaborate and do those things different. So we then additionally added 2 high-impact projects that we thought would be useful. One of it is in DFFE currently. There's an existing program for community rangers. So taking note that in the area where conservation is taking place, the traditional leaders and the community are involved, and because of this location concern in young people, rather take people from the community and use them and build up. And so we would like to suggest that as an additional high impact project, because we know that, information was shared that it could be a very successful project quite quickly and involve the community, and it could then extend over time and involve people. And then the discussion around hunting as a conservation tool. So it was, hunting is one of the areas, well, love it or hate it, I suppose, that was bringing in income, and it's actually being very well done in South Africa. So we wanted to propose that those 2 high-impact projects be added. The next slide, please. Okay, so who did we want to train? Or we focused quite a lot on who should we train. So there were a lot of people sharing with us that there are trained people who go through a learnership and then actually don't get absorbed. And so there's this learnership cycle. You do a learnership and then you do another learnership, and you just don't actually really get a job. So we really wanted to look for those existing qualified people in the conservation sector. We could look at the recognition of prior learning. We could look at what other skills could be added, and then include these people, because it would also be kind of a shortcut into getting people who are already qualified to get into the program. Location, I did mention that is a barrier to recruitment, that local communities should be considered, and that also young people, I'm not sure what we can do about this, but it seemed that we all want to be in the city and where there's Wi-Fi and connectivity, and it just doesn't go together with the conservation, where you want to be peaceful. Okay, may I have the next slide, please? We spoke about who we would like to train. Then around the curriculum development and the program development. So the conversation evolved around looking at best practice. It is looking for partnerships in the international arena. Also the stakeholders, there's many stakeholders that weren't involved. And for example, they took like sand parks. There's many other conservation stakeholders that need to be brought in, as well as the existing stakeholders. And then the curriculum currently, as most people said, is not fit for purpose, but needs to be enhanced. But this can only be done through proper collaboration. Because as other people said, if you don't give industry what they want, then what we're developing qualification that's not really relevant and people can't get absorbed. Then we felt very strongly that there's a need for a support structure for individuals that are placed. And I think others also mentioned it about mentoring and support and coaching for people. The one aspect is we love the transformation and we love the numbers and that people are coming in, local people. The demographics show 80% African, there's a handful of colored people, not enough females in the area, but those people are put in, and then the existing older persons, traditionally white, leave, and then we're not really providing that support. So if we could put a support structure for individuals, and then the delivery we could only do through collaboration. And of course, inputs from relevant stakeholders, and we also had said that people who are from industry, people who have an interest, should ideally try and sit on the boards and be involved in the TVETs and so forth. Then implementation, in terms of governance, we were very impressed with the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. And we said that since everybody seems to indirectly or somehow report to that department, it could perhaps be the lead or the point of contact. The Cathsseta then would be we said facilitator of funding, but the CEO said co-funding, because the CETA does have money, but maybe to partner with other people as well. And then research is also essential, because we don't want to duplicate the things that already exist, and we can maximize it through using proper research. And the process that was identified is that we look at the details of the high impact programs. We were fortunate the CEO was in our group, and he said that there's a lot of detail around these high impact programs that can be shared. And based on that, we could do wider consultation, we could get more stakeholders involved, because I think in a conference, many people said, oh, the time was too little, we couldn't really get into the detail. Fair enough, but it's a beginning. And then from here, we now have to take it forward. And then also people said we got too used to COVID and doing everything remotely. Some things can be remote, and particularly, once it's going. But in the beginning, to get these subgroups, I think you mentioned subgroups as well, or subcommittees that will focus on each of the high impact programs and then work out a plan for it. So, the slide, please, sister. For the implementation, we said that we have to have some structural innovation. There's got to be a different way to engage. In our group, we felt very hopeful. I know other groups were having people that are a bit unhappy and so forth. People in our group felt very hopeful, felt supported by the Cathsseta, but of course, there can always be more. And so in finding a different way to engage, we discussed that McDonald example that was shared yesterday in the sessions. And the feedback was that because of the McDonald's, now Spar and I'm going to say Checkers, I don't know, the other retailers are interested, because they're now seeing, okay, these people are getting staff and the stipend is being paid by the Cathsseta, who does have the funds. The condition though, and I think what one needs to remember to make these impact projects survive and continue, is that there has to be absorption post-training. Training and for itself and just the learnerships was not going to just work on its own. Do I have any more slides? Huh? Okay, the stakeholders. So there are critical partners, and we have to identify them and maximize our collaboration. So not everybody was involved, but there are people that are interested parties, and to name sandparks, associations, companies. There's actually an NGO for waste pickers, there's training providers, there's industry experts, and then we were fortunate that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, DFFE, committed to also linking us up with the existing programs that spoke directly to our high impact projects. Because they already have a program working for water, they already have alien species project, they already have something for waste. So if we could work together, that would be great. I think there's one more slide, it's about the risks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So people mentioned that if you try and do a collaboration and you have to do an MOU between various parties, it can take time. And some individuals, it can take up to 2 years. So we should really do something, or in terms of managing this risk, be aware and allocate how we do that. Another risk for us was the duplication of projects, but once we identify it as a risk, we can then be aware and collect that. And the other thing was deproclamation of protected areas and land invasion. Now, I'm not sure, we are kind of quasi-government, but land invasion is what it is. People need a space and they go, and people cut down trees, and people make a shack because they need to live somewhere. I think that's the end of the presentation. Is there anything else? I'd like to ask if there's anybody else who was in our group, if I've covered everything, would you like to add? We okay? Thank you very much. Cathsseta, applause. Thank you. I think the other, yeah, shall I make space for you?
Good morning to you all. My name is Thabang Motlatla. I'm the manager for learning programs at Cathsseta, and I was in the Commission for Hospitality and Tourism, which was led and facilitated by Professor Elmarie Slabert. She's not here today, so I'll be presenting. The hospitality subsector takes about 65% of those that are within Cathsseta, and travel and tourism about 12%. Those are the two highest subsectors within Cathsseta. And in the commission, I must say, we had highly experienced, passionate, and committed individuals and members that represented the subsector. The slides that I'll be sharing might not necessarily capture all the issues that were raised. However, they will be capturing at a high level in terms of the factors that were raised and captured to sort of give the feedback in terms of the high impact project. I think in principle, these high impact projects were expressed that they are definitely needed and that they will create and continue to create an impact. Particularly in terms of the tourism subsector, it was raised that there might be too much emphasis on the tourist guiding, and I'll touch on that a bit later. This also on both the hospitality and tourism, it was made clear that we need to be clear about who we are training, what we are training them for, what it is that we are training them in. And this relates to some of the occupational shortages and skills gaps that were identified in terms of the stats, particularly on the chef and tour guiding, where the expression was that we need to be specific in terms of the area of specialization. Chef has a number of levels, and we need to be clear and very specific in terms of which chef is the one that we need to prioritize, as opposed to just clubbing it under the subject of chef. As well as tour guiding, also the specialization that came out was that the adventure tourism is one of the key areas that we need to prioritize and sort of highlight particularly on that. And then in terms of what will make this work, I think some of the commissions also covered this in their presentations, in terms of there needs to be close relationship and collaboration with specific industry members. And I think in simple, keep collaboration easy and simple. I think that's one of the key things to get to the collaborating. And then furthermore, to include associations and organizations in the development of high-impact projects and other initiatives. Another thing that came out in terms of what will make it work is that Cathsseta needs to increase its presence in provinces, on a particular emphasis on the rural areas, particularly on the subject of township economy. That is what Cathsseta needs to sort of focus on, and also get the rural areas involved as we implement the high-impact projects. And then lastly, other initiatives to consider. This is upskilling current learners and employees in terms of moving to the next level, which requires knowledge, financial, and also marketing. These touched on the hospitality industry. If you're talking to the fast food side of things, in terms of hospitality, there were key areas that were brought out, which spoke to project management, financial management, as the pace within the restaurant side is different to the pace within the hotels in terms of the skills that are required within that particular subsector. Then inhibiting factors such as financing, preventing entrepreneurs and business from making the next step. This spoke to the high impact project that talked about entrepreneurship and the incubation. Part of the challenges that the entrepreneurs have is that, yes, they may start a business, but they may not be able to then procure and get other services that would assist their companies to then flourish in that particular sector that they may be in. And that incubation program will be highly key. In terms of the tourism side, it spoke about the tour guides in terms of assisting them to purchase the tour vehicles. And that is part of the initiatives to consider. And then training of soft skills are not more important, but they are required, which then speaks to the work integrated learning in terms of the high impact project. And then lastly, which would be closing the gap between learners and employees, consider a platform of interaction. And this speaks to one of the high impact projects in terms of the coaching and mentoring and how much more it is required to ensure that that gap is particularly closed, because there is a lot of experience from the current workforce in terms of now translating it to the new incoming workforce that is then would be key in terms of that. Thank you very much.
Here, they're going to take a picture of you, please. Yes. Can I get you to just arrange yourself for a picture? Thank you. Didn't they do a great job? Can we give them a Cathsseta round of applause? Thank you. Considering that some of them stepped in at the last minute. Thank you. Nice smiles. Okay. Okay, so while we getting photographs done, I think just to, in a nutshell, if I have to think about the feedback that came from the commissions, what comes to mind is that amongst the other things that emerged yesterday is that in the implementation, in the decisions for Cathsseta is the complexity of working with 6 subsectors. And that while the HIPs itself is a huge pioneering endeavor, you heard the chair said yesterday, they literally taking each step at a time, seeing what's before them and deciding how to deal with it. So in addition to that, I think that the the priorities, the decision makings, the program development, etc., needs to be considered for each subsector so that the focus is not on the HIPs itself, and while that is the big driving mechanism here, that more work and interrogation needs to be done within each subsector so that the impact is fit for purpose and relevant to the challenges and addresses other needs that's been raised from the Commission. So thank you for that. Before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to take us back to unlocking potential and unleashing possibilities, which is the theme of this conference. And yesterday I indicated that this was, that this means Cathsseta is making decisions to go where they've not gone before and doing things what they've not done before, an exciting exploratory chapter for them with new thinking, new connections, a new path, innovating, experimenting, consulting, collaborating, monitoring, evaluating, and then iterating, in addition to being compliant and accountable. So I'm saying this to you and framing it to you so that you don't just think about the HIPs as the HIPs, that the HIPs has various pieces to it, and we'll talk a little bit more at the end. Okay, I'm losing things here. I also shared that we were going to keep the program nimble and responsive to the voices and expertise into the room, and to requests to be included. And so, again, we're going to have some surprises going on during the program. But there's also been an exciting development, which I'm not allowed to tell you about. But it's going to be revealed later, so I hope a very exciting, big development, and it's going to be revealed later. So I hope you stay in the room when it is shared with us. There's some official celebratory parts. And I hope you stay in the room till the end, because we have Marimba Jam also joining us to close out the event. And so just telling you all of the things in store to keep you excited and engaged and fully present. Our next speaker is the CEO of Cathsseta, Mr. Mark Stabela, who brings over 27 years experience in the public sector, including 17 years in senior management and executive roles. He specializes in strategy development, monitoring evaluation, corporate governance, and human capital management. He holds an MBA, a Master of Public Management, postgraduate diplomas in compliance and labor law, a diploma in law, certifications in executive management development, project management, and corporate governance. He's been in his role since December 2020. His previous roles include being CEO of the Information Regulator, the COO of the Public Services Sector Education and Training Authority, Deputy CEO of the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications, and various other senior positions in strategy development and public entity oversight. He is dedicated to implementing practical and impactful change strategies. A big Cathsseta war applause and welcome for the CEO, Mark Stabela.
I didn't bring my laptop. I thought it was a project. Okay.
They're going to put up your slides.
Where am I reading from there?
From there.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay, it's fine. So thank you very much, Program Director, and a very good morning to everyone. Unlocking potential. Unlocking potential. Yes, yes, we are on course. We are on course. Okay, my presentation focuses on just taking you through what transpired throughout the day yesterday, excluding the commissions. I will start with the presentation that was made by our chairperson. As you will recall, he walked through that journey of 1,000 miles. You see the form of taking us through the stats, the latest stats regarding unemployment in the country. And he also, in that state, you will recall that the picture relating to unemployment was so bleak. And really, it is very, very worrying indeed. I'm not sure at this stage, if we're to compare with other countries, which position are we occupying in terms of unemployment. It is something that should worry us. Then he also emphasized the mandate of the Cathsseta with a specific emphasis on the 7 pillars that were shown. I wouldn't necessarily repeat. And there was this part where he even demonstrated, with the pictures you will remember, showing, what is happening in the country and linking it to the activity that has been happening in terms of skills development ever since the Cathsetas came into being in 2000. And when you look at what he was showing, you will also appreciate the presentation that was later made by Dr. Nkuna with regard to the outputs versus the outcomes drive that we need to move towards. And as you can see, there's a bullet where he talked about the skills development system, whereby everyone is doing everything. And it is true, we have 21 Cathsetas, but we're just doing things our own. There's competition, which is not legislated, but it is a competition of some kind that we find ourselves having. Why I am saying that, we have an association of Cathseta CEO Forum, but we are not really talking more about collaborating, on the challenges that we are facing as a country. An attempt was made, I must say, 3 months ago. We're here on the 23rd and 24th of April, that Sector Skills Summit that we held, and the Deputy Minister launched on behalf of the Minister 6 high-impact projects. We hope the proof will be in the pudding to see that indeed we join hands and say we are united and united for good and move. So, because if we don't do that, we will continue with the fragmentation. Everyone is doing his or her own thing. Even though the legislative framework is the same, but everyone does his own thing, and which is the picture that was painted, and we hope then we will definitely move away from this. Then the HIP was the big issue that was really emphasized by the board chairperson, and even indicating that this fall within the 6 subsectors. Then, as you will recall, I'm not sure whether I also need a skills program like the CEO of QCTO operating this. So this is the criteria that you will recall that was emphasized in terms of this HIP. To say that it will have 8 factors that need to be complied with: multi-stakeholder integrated collaborative partnerships, multi-year being 3 to 10 years. We take into cognizance the fact that the Cathsetas have a lifespan up to 2030. Then we hope, perhaps whoever will be in charge at the time, there will be work continued. All Cathsetas may be continued or not, but we know its effect since 2020. They are licensed every 5 years, but then in 2019, the license was expanded for 10 years. So I thought it was important to just bring that point, so that when we go into institutionalizing these issues, then it means a risk in terms of the time frame may arise. Multifaceted. These programs will have to deliver infrastructure in some instance. I can just give some examples where, as a Cathseta, we've already started in terms of working with various TVET colleges where we are supporting them in terms of infrastructure, particularly in areas where we have an interest. In the hospitality, we fund the refurbishment or construction of industrial kitchens, because we believe it is good now for a lecturer to stand in the classroom and teach the theory, then later take the learners to a practical and they bake that particular cake rather than giving them a theory in terms of cake. So we have started looking into that, and into area of tourism, for instance. We look at students who will have done tourism courses and maybe they want to venture into the travel agency space. Then we fund some, equipment, purchase of equipment, so that those colleges can at least subject or expose those learners to be trained in Galileo and other courses that are relevant, so that they can really get, opportunity to be employed. Then these programs have to be responsive. Relevant qualifications program and curriculum, as you are aware, we are on that journey now of moving from the legacy qualifications. Then it means we will definitely work with those that have similar interest or common interest in terms of really migrating from the legacy qualifications. Growing the economy, lasting employment. Those who will partner with us where we implement learnerships and internships, we are clear. Up front, we put it on the table to say, let's agree on absorption rate. And also depending on the nature of the sector. So it will not be a one-size-fits-all. Evidence-based in design, implementation, monitoring, we'll have to have monitoring mechanisms to ensure that indeed this is a game changer. We don't find ourselves doing the same things, but we change the name to say this is HIP. So shared resources, integration and partnerships. We believe that this will be successful if partnerships are forged, and where we can share resources, that has to happen. Then the last slide from the chairperson was to remind the participants that as we converged here, we shouldn't forget that when we leave today, there must be clear outcomes, that we leave this house or room having achieved. The first one being to have a sense of the responses coming from the participants as to what is your feeling about the proposed outcomes that were in the presentation of the chairperson. Then the comments and recommendations on the HIP. And the comments on the HIP is specifically now coming from the subsectors, to hear from yourselves to say, whatever is being proposed, we have already seen in one commission, if I recall, it's conservation, where we are told of existing programs that will require collaboration and also unpacking further. Then also we learned from the arts, culture, and heritage subsector, although there was no sort of consensus from the discussions, but we appreciate really the feedback given by Cathsseta. And actually, that to me will assist this subsector. I can speak here having been harassed by some activists from that sector coming to our office several times since I joined in 2020. They will just come from that arts to say, we want funding. Then you ask, please, funding for what? No, we want funding. Then you say, but I can only do up to this level within my mandate. I can assist you in terms of skills development initiatives if you want accreditation and all that. The other part I can assist with is to help you to register your company with the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission and how to develop a business plan. I'll link you up with a small enterprise development agency and other entities. But beyond that, I'm not dishing out stipends. So I liked what Mr. Selota really outlined, because he is assisting us in terms of that part of saying you don't wake up and become, something else. You start somewhere and you need to be a business person. So that to me was very, very important. And if we can take that discussion forward, and the last part on this, each time I engaged with the activists, I told them that I can't engage with individuals. Organize yourselves. Come under organizations or associations, then we can talk. But if you just come alone and say, want a stipend, I give you today, the other one come the following day. And we'll just keep on having that cycle, you see. So we needed to move towards that. We had in 2021 to even get a court order to evict some of those people, and some ended up being arrested because they were causing damage to property and even holding hostage our staff. And you ask them, what do you want? We want money. So I'm just making that plea that please, let's move away from that. Let's start a new chapter going forward. Come through your organized structures. Let's talk. Let's move forward. We can't drag ourselves back forever. So if really we move forward, we'll unlock the potential and unleash opportunities. I'll try and move with speed, Program Director. So the keynote address, Dr. Nkuna shared with us in terms of the journey, and he educated us colleagues about the difference between the government and the GNU. That there will always be government in terms of the machinery of government or the arms of government. You have legislature, you have judiciary, you have executive. So the executive arm being government, that there will always be the executive arm. You see, who leads that is something else. So that, seemed to have really assisted us to understand that post-election we shouldn't be panicking that there won't be government. At all times, our constitution as a country provides for an executive arm, then there will be government. He outlined that, he talked about the priorities of government, and he emphasized, he suggested that the Cathsseta perhaps can be used as an example or a case study of moving from the output form of planning that we have been embarking upon to the outcome. And he even said this might require support from the highest echelons of government for this kind of pilot to work. We will await to hear from them the modalities in terms of that, how this is processed at high levels. So we will see within resources that sits within our space, how do we really take this forward? And he just demonstrated with this slide, if you remember, for those who may be understanding the mechanics of government or how the National Development Plan chapters are constructed. He demonstrated, particularly if you can look at, I thought there's a screen next to me. So he demonstrated by showing the three priorities that the government identified and just indicating how the three are linked to those chapters in the NDP, which was very, very important because you always needed that, mapping to be shown so that we don't say, no, the GNU now has taken a detour. We've been having the NDP since 2012, now it's a detour. So he demonstrated and gave us that comfort that no matter who leads this government, the NDP is still on track. It may have been then being categorized into three, priorities in this period. But we are still on track to implement the National Development Plan. He shared with us the scenarios, which, in my view, scenario 3, the Weaver one, when I looked at it, it looks like this is where, as a country, where we need everyone's voice, irrespective of color, creed, gender, wealth, geographical location, and anything. We need each other. And even us, as the Cathsseta family here, we need one another. Let's join hands together and make it a point that we leave this room going to do things differently. Then we can really see the impact that we wish to have. I'm not sure whether I'm not pressing. So we had the benefit of listening to the vibrant panelists. We had 2 panels. The first one, where we also had the QCTO. That was the very, very important part of the discussion, specifically as we are transitioning from the current situation where now we move to occupational qualifications. And for the CEO to have outlined that process and even showing where we are with qualifications, I don't want to underscore the importance of the industry. This is your space. The 48 qualifications that were shown on the screen will not be there without you. We as Cathsseta, we can appoint experts to come and give us anything, but without you, there won't be a qualification. It is a prerequisite that the voice of industry is properly captured. When we present proposals to QCTO, they want to see what is the industry saying about this qualification. So please go in those meetings each time you are called. Try and put your voice. You may not win all the time, but there must be consensus. We already have instances where there's disagreements on levels of qualifications. Then we say, please try and find each other. Get the experts to bring the benchmarks from other countries, but at the end, it's you who know what in your industry you are looking for. Then we will be sitting with those qualifications. We only have 2 years. It's not enough. 48 qualifications. We don't have capacity internally. We rely on the facilitators that we appoint to facilitate the process. But the industry, you are the ones who should tell us, what do you need? Because we want to deal with this problem of the mismatch between the skills that we supply and the demand that is coming from the industry. So this is your opportunity to really make use of that to close the gap that exists. The issue of accreditation has been outlined by the QCTO. I'm happy because we are no longer going to be inundated with many requests to say we want accreditation, this and that. It's clear who does what. And he also now demonstrated how a person can still within their occupations advance through the NQF ladder up to NQF 8. So that was very critical because it links up now with the qualifications that we are talking about. So then we also had the Department of Higher Education and Training's Deputy Director General for TVET, who spoke about the TVET sector, the challenges, the opportunities that sits in there. And it was very critical because now we are at a situation where we understand the qualification development and curriculum that is happening within the TVET space and what the SETAs are doing, so that we are not confused as it stands to make it look like we are doing one thing. So it was clearly spelled out by the 2 speakers that these are processes that are happening, but it is not one process. Then NEDLEC representative from the community constituency spoke about the issues around the policies that do not take into account the needs of the communities, and he emphasized the skills, if you remember, colleagues. He even gave examples of the JIT, whereby some power stations that are coal-powered will be phased out, but the skills in those communities are not prioritized. So we're already seeing a danger of protest by the time those projects kick in. If the locals are not taken on board, it means we'll import skills to those areas. He emphasized that, then it's important. And again, it's an opportunity for us as a SETA to raise our hands and see how we can really move in there also and contribute towards skills development. Then there was an industry representative from FEDASA who made an emphasis on the challenge that they're experiencing. We are proud and ticking boxes, number of graduates produced, And the moment they land at the workplace, instead of being inducted and orientated, it looks like industry has to invest more money to just train them on what they should have learned in the workplace. And he emphasized the soft skills part. So we know as it stands now that there is some industries in the country, colleagues, whereby they've taken decision to employ foreign nationals. And some of them, when you ask, they say, you know, the locals, you pay them today, they don't come to work tomorrow. You know, the culture of really taking responsibility is not there. Then you say, but really, is that the case? So it means we have to do something. So as a seat, I can just share with you some of the engagements we have had with some of the sitters, especially the wholesale and retail sitter, to say perhaps we might need to approach those kind of groupings, those supermarkets that have taken a decision. You go throughout Gauteng, they employ foreign nationals for those elementary jobs. So then I said to the CEO, what can we do? Can we get a program that includes this element of teaching our people these ethics and morals then, so that they know that I have an obligation to go to work, to avail my labor. If I don't, I can be fired. And I can't just go on strike without following all the laws of the country in terms of strikes and all that. So he said, let's do something, because it pains us as a country to really see that. I can tell you my board always talk about that. Each time we have a board or strat plan session, they will say, within this hospitality, please do something. We can't have this situation where elementary jobs of just packing and cashiers be taken. So we're looking into that, and we believe working together we can really look at all those other areas that really needs attention. So then the need to get the supply and demand to be more accurate was also emphasized. Then the disconnect in the implementation of skills development initiatives. This relates to the part I was talking about, that we are doing something, scoring 98%. Unfortunately, if my annual performance plan said that I must train 100 people, if I've trained 110, I've overachieved. It's the current planning system in government. Then it's something that we need to move out of that to say, but you have trained the people, then there should be an element of others being employed. But if that has not been emphasized, there can be a change, but I'm glad that the discussions were starting to stimulate that part of saying, let us go beyond. You train the people, so what? Have you tried to link them with industry to get employment? We need to move towards that. So I have touched on some of these things, the last one being the need for ecosystem alignment and optimization. So the working together is what was emphasized mostly, as you'll recall yesterday, when the issue of industry coming on board, industry also represented in the boards of TVET colleges, CETs, universities, and so forth. You need to really start getting into that so that your voice can be heard. Then I'm moving towards closer, program director. There was also a panel discussion that spoke about this HIP specifically and the empirical evidence that will be needed to support the work that needs to be done there. So already we have been told of some possible risks as well that may be encountered in the implementation, because we'll have some, implementation mechanisms and systems and structures to deal with that. We got an input, also an academic input relating to the research that needs to be done. And there was an emphasis to say that there has been research reports produced by many visitors. There's many reports. Then those reports will be looked at as this research is done, specifically looking at the HIP and other initiatives to ensure that we move from a premise where we understand our problem statement so that we can come up with proper interventions moving forward. So that concludes my presentation, Program Director. I guess we will definitely now, in this last part of the session, close the gaps that may have been raised by the speakers, and we leave this room really being very empowered and coming up with implementable solutions. Unlocking potential, unleashing possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tabela. Come, guys, a Cathsseta round of applause. I have a comment about the Cathsseta round of applause. It's really come down a few decibels from yesterday. Can we get it back up there? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So to our online participants, thank you. We can't see you, but we feel you. Thank you for your comments. I want to read something from Andre Visser, who's joining us on Facebook. Thank you to the organizers and people behind the scenes for this beautiful bag and contents, making this conference an awesome experience. And then we have Makaza Radebe on YouTube. Very true, partnerships and collaborations are key to arts and practitioners, growth and development, and experience sharing and development. So some good comments and experiences from our people online. So we're going to go. So what I forgot to tell you earlier was we're not having a tea break. So sorry. But we are going to be having a longer tea break later, when, as then you will have more time to experience and enjoy the performance of the Marimba Jam. So we're going to go straight into our next panel. I will introduce and call up the panelists, and you will also speak in the order that I call you up, and please join us on stage. And let me thank you for allowing me to take your tea time away from you. Thank you. So our first panel, so yesterday we heard a whole lot of imperatives about why HIPs, some of the things that are happening in the external environment, some of the technical considerations, some of the challenges, some of the enablers, some of the opportunities, which kind of paints a very sober picture for where Cathsseta needs to go and how they need to do what they need to do. Because remember, this is a new phase for them. So part of what needs to happen is for them to consider all of the imperatives in terms of implementation. Because once they decide, once they frame this, once they get certain parts in place, once the stakeholders are happy, once the priorities have been established in the subsectors, this work needs to be done. And while it's being done, there are certain imperatives that needs to be considered. Because implementation itself is a huge piece of the success and part of the HIPs. So this panel will be looking at some implementation imperatives, and it is titled Implementation Considerations for the HIPs with regards to institutional arrangements for effective delivery, monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning for impact-focused projects and skills development for future skills requirements. So a bit of a mouthful, but it kind of covers the three lenses we're going to be looking at. So our first person I'm going to call up is Dr. Candice Morkel, an old colleague of mine from WITS. But before I introduce you to her, she's the director for the Center of Learning and Evaluation and Results, CLEAR AA, AA standing for Anglophone Africa. Before I introduce you to her, I have to share. So part of what I had to do for this conference was collect people's CVs and bios. And of course, I also, in terms of time, had a bit of editing to do in terms of words and etc. And then here I get Dr. Morkel's CV. And before I read it to you, and in her CV, and for all of us who actually do the circuit and walk and talk in different places or need to submit our CVs to different places, I just want to share this with you. In her bio, she sent me 4 different versions. A mini version with 63 words, a short bio with 115 words, a mid bio with 147 words, and a long bio with 892 words. And I thought, wasn't it wonderful that she prepared for all eventualities, possibilities, and requirements? And I thought, isn't it a great idea to share with many of us who struggle with our bios? Can we give her a Cathsseta applause for her innovation? So, Dr. Candace Morkel is the Director of CLEAR Anglophone Africa and Senior Lecturer in Monitoring and Evaluation at WITS. I did one of her courses in 2018. She has 25 years' experience in government, academia, and the non-profit sector, specializing in development and monitoring and evaluation and public policy. As director of CLEAR AA, she works with government and development partners across the continent to help build better systems for evidence production and use towards strengthening national evaluation systems. She has published peer review articles, book chapters, and edited books on monitoring and evaluation, and supervises local and international masters and PhD students in evaluation. She is a legacy board member of AFRIA, legacy chair of SAMIA, and currently a board member of the International Evaluation Academy. Welcome, Dr. Morkel. Our next speaker, our next panelist, if he can join us, is Boitumelo Mokotong, who is a specialist manager at Red Flank. His areas of focus include monitoring and evaluation, skills development, economic development, and the 4th industrial revolution. Over the past 7 years, he has helped organizations measure their impact and create programs that make a difference in the country. From small nonprofits to large organizations, he has worked with various sectors, including the Cathsseta, and seen how innovation and development can change lives. He has taken an interest in art, so if anyone has a spare Mona Lisa or 2 lying around, he'd be happy to accept the donation. Welcome. The next person who's on the panel will be joining us on the panel, which is a change. We had another person on the panel, and I'm just pointing that out to you. Dr. Nombulali Dangazela is a lecturer from the Gordon Institute of Business Science, which is the business school of the University of Pretoria. In 2020, and she's got an interesting background of arts, academic, and entrepreneurship in terms of what her bio shows. Before joining Gibbs, she thrived as an award-winning producer while pursuing a master's degree in dramatic arts. Following the completion of her master's from WITS, for which she was awarded the Mandela Rhodes Scholarship, she started an organization called Shakespeareans, an applied theater company best known for the award-winning African adaptation of George Orwell's Animal Farm, as well as their teaching and learning methods. She later pursued a doctorate at Warwick Business School, where she also co-founded a Nudgeathon, which is a 2-stage crowdsourcing event where decision groups use insights and methods from psychology, economics, design, and the performing arts to produce implementable solutions to major challenges involving human behavior. Please, can I ask you to give us another round of applause? And so we'll hear from our panelists, and I will be back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Program Director. Lewis Carroll famously said, if you don't know where you are going, any road will take you there. Now, I have the privilege and the honor of sharing my thoughts on monitoring and evaluation with you today, and I'm very grateful for that. I had an epiphany yesterday, and I almost had half a mind to throw my notes in a waste paper basket in front of you, because I realized that most of you are probably not monitoring and evaluation practitioners or specialists of any type. And you probably had very bad experiences with M&E. So I actually have a very big challenge this morning. I know that some comments about monitoring and evaluation and discussions about monitoring and evaluation have already been held. I was very pleased to see that DG Nkuna mentioned the so what question and challenged us and challenged Cathsseta and the sector to talk about not just counting the beans and not just counting all the activities and scoring very highly on all of the many things that one does in your performance, but then not being able to show any impact for it. And so at the end of the day, if there's any message that you take home from what I have to say today, is that for you to value monitoring and evaluation as not just being another checkbox exercise or another layer of compliance that you have to try to integrate into your already complex and overfilled mandate that you have. My challenge today is really to, at the end of what I have to say, for you to feel that monitoring and evaluation can have really some kind of strategic value for you in your industry and not be somewhat of a bitter pill to swallow, which I know has been something that in the monitoring and evaluation sector we've struggled with because of sometimes our exceptionalism around what we do. I don't know if some of you know about the terminologies we use, things like theories of change, logic models, results-based management. I was joking with somebody that when we come into a room to, planners or program staff or anybody who needs any kind of M&E and we start to say, we're going to have a workshop on theory of change, we sort of see the eyes rolling. And, these M&E people are going to bring us all sorts of things that we don't know whether it's worth our time to really talk about. Let me just talk a little bit about what Clear AA does. And I do realize that I'm a little bit of a fish out of water here, and that is why I had this epiphany yesterday. Normally, I'm standing in front of a whole bunch of M&E people and talking to them about things that they already know. So let me just share a little bit about what is this mysterious thing M&E Clear AA does. So we are one of 6 global institutions. We are all mostly based at academic institutions around the world. We are the Clear Anglophone Africa Center. So of course we work in mostly English-speaking African countries. There is a center in Senegal, which services Clear Francophone Africa. But then there are also centers in Chile, in Brazil, in China, and in India as well, all doing very similar things. We were set up by a multi-donor trust fund, funded largely by the World Bank and other funders, to assist governments in particular to set up monitoring and evaluation systems so that they can begin to have the evidence that they need to take good policy decisions, to course correct in terms of their program implementation, and to have the kind of evidence needed to ensure better impact in development outcomes. What exactly do we do? Just as an example, currently there's a team in Tanzania doing field work, doing a capacity needs analysis of government staff who are employed in M&E units so that we can design a training program for them. So that's one example of what we do. There was a team in Uganda a couple of weeks ago working with 20 sectors across government, working on co-producing, co-creating their national evaluation policy. And sometimes we also help institutions actually develop their theories of change and their indicators to do their measurements. So that's sort of dealing with the mystery of what it is that we actually do. I think I'm preaching to the converted, and this has probably been discussed ad nauseum yesterday already, that the link between skills, employment, economic growth, addressing poverty alleviation, addressing the scourge of unemployment in our country. I think the link between those, I think the argument has already been made. And also the argument that the Cathsseta is really important. It's a critical role player in ensuring that we do see that development trajectory of skills development right up to the impact on the ground in terms of poverty alleviation and unemployment, that we do see that happening. And the program director did talk about the fact that there are some implementation modalities that are needed for us to get there. And so I want to share with you about what is it about monitoring and evaluation as a modality that can support and assist the industry and assist Cathsseta to actually see that development trajectory, to see what it does in terms of, providing funding, in terms of the activities that it does, in terms of learnerships. How does it make the connection between all of those activities and poverty alleviation, addressing the scourge of unemployment, and addressing, of course, inequality, the triple challenges in our country at the moment. So as an institutional enabling factor, there's 5 points I want to share with you today about that's got nothing to do with the technical aspects of monitoring and evaluation. I think many times one of the difficulties about M&E is that it's seen as being such a technical exercise that it's all about just reporting. How do we get templates and tools out there so that people can, collect the data? It can go up some mysterious value chain up to the top somewhere and never to see any feedback about it. That is only one aspect of M&E. It's an important aspect. Of course, we do need the function of monitoring and evaluation to be there. We need the tools, we need the competencies and the capacities to be able to collect that evidence. But one of the main reasons why M&E often fails is because of some of these other points that I'm going to mention to you today, these 5 other points that I'd like to challenge you to think about in terms of how do we see M&E as being something different. Now, I do understand as somebody who has worked in government before, one of my jobs in my past life was actually in M&E in government. And I do understand that it's onerous. Annual performance plans, if you're in municipalities, SDBIPs, reporting quarterly reports, the EQPRS system, all of those things. And very often it doesn't make sense in terms of what you need and the information that you need for planning. If you think about your sector skills planning process, for example, do you ever use your APP data, for example, to support that? Well, maybe you do, but I would argue that it's maybe not the best data that you need, or because there are problems with the quality of the data or the completeness of the data, it's not really always something that's useful to you. So how do we take some of what we know about M&E to make it really valuable and meaningful and useful to you, especially in terms of high-impact projects? I was having a conversation this morning, as we were briefing about yourselves as the audience and what you'd like to hear from me today, about, the high-impact projects being really catalytic in terms of seeing transformation and change in the sector. And I said that the danger that you have with looking at how can M&E be an implementation tool is that you fall back into the routine process of developing thousands, hundreds or thousands of indicators and reporting templates and processes for gathering data that's not really going to tell you what is it, the answer to that so what question. So if you simply take the same indicators that you've always been using for your annual performance plans or for your SSPs or whatever it is that you have in your current M&E system, that's not going to take you there in terms of the high impact projects. What you really do need to do is to say, what are the priority signals and indicators that you need to measure on a consistent basis that will get you excited about either the positive impact that you're making or telling you where to course correct. Now, that sounds very simple. It is a bit of a technical exercise. But I was very pleased to hear that DG Nkuna also offered the very highest echelons of the DPME to support this process. And I have to say as well, Clear AA is here to pledge its support to Cathsseta. We are very willing to come alongside. Certainly, it's clappable. To come alongside Cathsseta and to work together with the M&E team in the DPME, with whom we have a very strong relationship in any event, to see how do we get to that process where we really get to those signals or indicators and performance measures that will be useful to you, that it's not a case of just complying and reporting and sending these reports somewhere where they get lost somewhere in the value chain. So to the 5 points, and I'll try to be very quick. The first point is that the integration of monitoring and evaluation into management systems is fundamental to its success. So we have seen in our work many, many times where governments across the continent, for example, are very excited about establishing an M&E system. And they will, invest money in it, they will have staff, they will have policies and guidelines and so forth. But the problem is that it's tangential. It gets developed in some bubble somewhere, and it is never integrated into the real budget, policy, and planning processes where it actually influences how implementation takes place. So I would like to challenge you that from the very outset, when you're looking at your high impact projects, look at what is the regulatory environment and context within which you operate. Are there some spaces where you know decision-making takes place, whether it's at board level or whether it is in some of these committees and subcommittees you've been talking about this morning? Where are the decisions being taken? And who needs what kind of information? And align the M&E system that you're going to be developing for the HIPs to those decision-making processes. If you don't do that, you run the risk that you create this bubble of an M&E system for the HIPs, and it generates reports. And just like we saw, from the DG's presentation, that you can score 98%, you can say that you've done all the things you plan to do, but you don't really see the value of that information for actually helping to take decisions for the HIPs itself. So the first, and it seems very, very basic, but I can tell you now that in most administrations we've worked in, it is a fundamental weakness where the M&E system sits separate from all of the other decision-making processes. And here, I'm not talking only about government. I'm talking if you are in industry, if in any organization, as I said, in my opening statement, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. So everybody needs measurement. We all need to understand where we are going and measure how far along the path we are. Worse yet, if we don't know where we are, how do we know where we want to go? Again, this morning I was speaking to the M&E team and they talked about baselines. I know that there's a lot of research that has happened in this industry. Is there a way that you can somehow get some coherence in the system of data collection so that you can understand what are your baselines for some of these things that you want to measure, and from there determine how far you want to go and how long it's going to take you there? One thing I want to caution as well when we talk about system, M&E system, is that we're not talking about an electronic platform. I think there's a temptation always to see an M&E system as being, okay, let's get, some IT company to put some fancy system together for us. That is not the system we're talking about. We're talking about all of the elements. There are human, there are technical, there are political, there are contextual elements to a system that all need to work together in an integrated manner. And we must also be aware of the interconnectedness to the broader political environment and the political context. We need to understand, for example, the medium-term development plan, the priorities of government going forward. How do we align all of the priorities to what's happening, on a national scale? So basically, M&E is not a standalone process, and it has no intrinsic value if it is separated from a system of decision-making. Second point is around monitoring and evaluation capacities. Now, just as you have in your sector, we have capacity challenges in our sector as well. And we also often talk about supply and demand. It's rather inadequate to talk about supply and demand because very often it seems the data we have tells us that we don't have enough M&E practitioners. But we also do have a lot of people who are highly qualified in research and who have transferable skills. Now, this might be a little bit outside of your realm, and it might be more important for the sector. But I think for those who are responsible for M&E at Cathsseta and those who are going to come alongside them, I think the investment in capacity development is very, very important. What kind of skills are needed, technical skills are needed to ensure that people are able to design good M&E systems that can have value and add value for decision-making processes. One of the key challenges we find in our sector, well, in international development where I work, is that very often M&E is relegated to some kind of external experts. So what I'd like to challenge you with as well is to not necessarily, again, when you're talking about the HIPs and designing this M&E system to relegate it to a few specialists in a bubble somewhere. Try to find a way that every person who's involved in implementing the HIPS understands the M&E remit, understands the M&E system. What are we measuring? Why are we measuring it? And how are we going to use this information for decision making, for improved impact, for course correction if we seem to be losing our way? The third point is that we really, really need enabling environments. I think from our research and our experience across the continent, sometimes you want to de-emphasize the importance of regulations and standard operating procedures and rules and so forth. But what we have found is if there's an enabling environment for that, if there is a demand for that information, that it's not something which is left up to, you can choose if you would like to participate in the M&E system or not. If there's actually some kind of regulation or some kind of policy or guideline that compels everybody to meet the requirements of the M&E system, that normally ensures the longevity and the sustainability of the system. And of course, its use. So even though it might seem like something that's, less interesting, but I would challenge you again to say, when you do design your M&E system, make sure that you have the necessary buy-in, first of all, of the leadership, and then that they are making it compulsory to participate in that M&E system. If reports need to be submitted on time, they must be submitted on time. One of the things that we've seen, for example, in most countries, is that M&E systems often work very well when they are located in treasuries or ministries of finance. Now, this might be a little controversial because what happens is that there's a downside to that everything becomes about expenditure. So I'm not saying that that is where it must be located, but I can tell you what the leverage is that they've got. They know that if there is no report coming through, and departments and everybody who needs to report don't submit that report, there is a risk of them not getting the budget that they require. Or there are serious consequences for not complying with that M&E system. So I think let's take a little bit out of that rule book to say, if we have rules, if we have standard operating procedures, if we have some kind of compliance measures, that then will ensure that everybody participates in the M&E system. You don't want a situation where, again, it's the work of a few people in a bubble in an M&E unit somewhere. It has to be something which is valued by everybody in the system. Almost there. The fourth point I touched on very briefly in the third point is around the issue of leadership. Now, again, it's a little bit outside of your industry, but when we work with governments across the continent, very often we try to make sure that the center holds, meaning that we work with central governments and that there is political leadership and championship of the M&E system. Because as we know, politics is volatile. There can be political shifts, administrative shifts, which has happened across the continent, and all of a sudden something that was a ministry of M&E, which happened, for example, in Ghana. There was a bona fide ministry of M&E. They had a number of conferences. They had a number of staff appointed. They had all of the funding invested in making that work. And when there was a political shift in the country, that ministry got changed to a secretariat. And so all of the traction that we had made in that particular system, we lost it because of that shift. But what helped stand the test of time is that if you ensure that there is leadership that still, I would say, is championing the M&E system. So again, with the high impact projects, I think already there is the drive to make sure that they work. I think similarly for the M&E system, you need to give support. The leadership needs to give support to the M&E system. I would challenge you again, do not leave it for a few technical people to run with it and expect them to, design the entire system and make it work. Ensure that the entire organization and sector has leadership from the top, which is supporting an M&E system that's going to work. And then, of course, ensuring that there is a compulsion to make sure that it works. The last point that I want to share with you is around an organizational culture that supports curiosity and inquiry. Again, coming back to the issue around what is it that we measure and what is it that we count. One of the reasons why monitoring and evaluation seems really tiresome is because the kinds of things that we count really don't add value to our day-to-day work. So if you're counting the number of meetings that you had, or you're counting the number of consultation sessions that were held, those kinds of things don't really help you in the process of answering that so what question. The big impact questions, I think, for the sector is around things like labor absorption. And I do think that colleagues in a later panel are going to talk about some of those issues. So if labor absorption is a critical issue, why are you not designing measurements that can tell you what is the development trajectory or the pathway towards labor absorption, and backward map that and say, in order for us to measure labor absorption and to understand what's going wrong there or how we can do it better, we need to map backwards all of the things that need to happen in order to increase that. Furthermore, make a distinction between monitoring, which is the regular tracking of that data and the evidence, and evaluation. Some of the big questions we're wanting to ask in our sectors cannot be answered with regular monitoring and tracking of data. We need to have empirical studies that begin to ask those bigger questions through evaluation. So I know, interestingly, and I think it's a very good thing that research and M&E is combined in Cathsseta. I think it's very important because all of the evidence that we can garner from the research and the evaluations need to influence our planning. They need to influence the design of the HIPs. They need to influence the SSPs. They need to influence all of the spaces where planning takes place. And I think at the moment, in many of our spaces, there's a disjuncture between the evidence that we gather through research or evaluations and how that is used for evidence-informed decision-making. And it goes back to the point, to what extent is the M&E system integrated into the real decision-making and policy-making and planning systems of the sector? In conclusion, I just want to say that M&E is least effective when it operates as an island. The journey is not supposed to be taken alone. M&E exists in service of the rest of an organization or an institution. I think for too long we've made it an exceptional thing. I know that sometimes it seems like we have, these specialists who are speaking a language that is unknown to the rest of us, and we are going to hand over the responsibility for monitoring and evaluation to these experts. However, that is not going to derive the best value out of M&E that you can have. You need a collaborative approach. And I know we've spoken about collaboration very often already. So collaboration in terms of, yes, as your sector, but I'd like to take it into the M&E space and say that you need collaboration between those who are implementing your projects and those who are doing the M&E. You need to ensure that they understand your evidence needs and that they are able to meet those evidence needs and collaborate also outside of the sector as well. So look at organizations such as Clear AA, and there are a number of others in South Africa in itself who are specializing in M&E, who would be very happy to walk alongside Cathsseta to say, how do we support your process of developing a robust M&E system? So I leave you with the challenge to take M&E seriously. Try to look at it with a different lens, not to look at it as just another process, another layer of compliance that you need to add on to your already complex environment and already the serious challenge that you have in designing the high impact projects and how you're going to make that work. So if you can look at it with a different lens and say there is strategic value in monitoring and evaluation beyond just reporting for compliance, I do believe that it can take you to the impact of addressing those triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality in our country. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Candice, and good morning to everybody. I don't know if there's a handheld mic, technical team. In the meantime, we can start So, as mentioned, my name is Witumelo Mokotong, and I am with Red Flank. And today, I want to talk to you about skills development for future skills requirements. The question being, how does one prepare for an unknown future? Thanks so much, Kanye. All right, now then. Today we're going to articulate a problem and how exactly we go about resolving it throughout the presentation. That's what we'll be talking about. I want to talk to you about the technologies of the future, which is now, and that's what we'll focus on for IR, and the skills of the future, which are future skills map, and future skills and occupations. And then we'll talk about how you go about implementing these future skills now. Oh, okay, this thing lags a little. Can you go to the next slide, can you? Okay, after this? Good. All right. Often when we talk about future skills, when we talk about the industrial revolutions, it's one big mystery. It's very mystified. I've had people ask, is it 4IR, 5IR, 6IR? There was a man who said, some countries are even in 6IR. I don't know about you, but I don't know what 6IR entails. And some will say, South Africa is so far behind. We are still grappling with 2IR. Both of those things point towards the mystery of what we mean when we talk about the industrial revolutions. So the question is, where are we? Well, it depends on who you ask. Somebody will say, namangazi, you see, I don't know. And then some will say, where are we going? And then another person will say, we'll see when we get there. To quote a famous Setswana proverb, "Re tla bona ko pele." So for the today, we don't know, but everybody says, we'll see when we get there, right? So the question, though, is, what does today require? What are the skills and occupations of today? What will tomorrow require? Because you'll be so surprised at how fast the tomorrow, the bridge that you said you will cross tomorrow, will get to you. Next slide. This diagram demonstrates to you the technologies that we speak about when you talk about the future, trying to demystify it. So from cybersecurity, which is a big thing these days, because we're moving to more digital platforms, this data has to be secured, to virtual and augmented reality, big data, especially used in marketing. You'll see throughout the presentation and even in the sector skills plans, digital marketing is picking up, but it relies on fundamentals like having big data and the people to analyze that big data, robotics and drones as well, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things. And some of them, they are not that much of a mystery. It's just that we did not know that that was the thing we were dealing with. Consider how you would talk about artificial intelligence. Many of us have been interacting with chatbots on these platforms, and that's artificial intelligence. And one thing it has done is to free up what would have been an otherwise human resource to focus on more meaningful, impactful stuff. And these days we've got ChatGPT and Gemini, and I really encourage you to check them out because they can improve the quality of the work that you do. So we did a study last year for Cathsseta about integrating 4IR in the Cath sector. And this is just a demonstration of some of the perceptions that the employers and training providers in the sector had. So you'll see 27% of training providers say, for instance, current infrastructure supports equal access to 4IR training. What it alludes to is the fact that a lot of this requires capital in the form of equipment, right? And when you look at TVETs and CETs, they've historically been behind in terms of the physical infrastructure, but also the digital infrastructure, also the capacitation of the lecturers who need to teach these subjects suddenly. And 38% of training providers were of the view that current learners, the artisans, and the beneficiaries, they're adequately skilled to meet the employers' 4IR needs, and then 71%, which is the majority and the most positive highlight here, is that people believe there should be sufficient graduates with 4IR skills. And if I just take it to the bottom with the 50%, that skills development environment supports the rapid large-scale development of 4IR. It's only half. So the crux of the matter here is that people do not have right now a good idea of what's happening or that we can do what we need to do, but they are somehow very positive about the future to say, we will have the 4IR ready graduates, we will have the future skills. And that's the gap I'm going to talk about later, how we have a view, a picture that we want to achieve, and we're confident we can achieve it. How do we do so when right now we have such a negative perception of what needs to happen? When you throw in employers into the mix, only 31% and 36% of training providers, so around 1 out of 3, say that the education system supports reducing skills for 4IR. So you count the next person and the person after you, 3 of you, only 1 of you is convinced that the current education system can support such things as 4IR and future skills. And the rest of the stats just show that general picture there, that people are at most maybe lukewarm about the impact right now or what we can do. But encouragingly though, even though people always speak about the future skills and they say there's going to be job losses, the 70% of training providers and 85% of employers, the overwhelming majority, do believe though that they can be balanced out or mitigated by training people and upskilling them and reskilling them, which is where Cathsseta comes in. And if you look at the history of the industrial revolutions, that's how it has always happened, from the first one with steam to the second one, electricity, to the third one, computers. Sure, there have been some job losses, but there's been creation of new jobs, but also the quality of life for employees has improved when technology has been used to mechanize, right? So there's always been a gain as well, which I don't imagine that even the 4IR should give us much fear that there would not be the same sort of gains we have seen in the past. I have here in front of you what we call a future skills map. So we are saying that what are those future skills right now? I alluded to this, there's the now and the traditional skills that we have right now. But there is a future that we have to prepare for. The gap in between the now and the future is what is needed. And if we look at the next slide, the challenges that prevent us from realizing this future include things like an awareness and understanding of future opportunities and the future skills. How many of us know what skills we're going to need in 5 years, what the sector will look like even in 10 years' time? How many of us understand these matters of 4IR and skills development in relation to 4IR? And it is that lack of understanding, lack of communication that has caused misconceptions and fear in people's minds, and that's a bit of a challenge. There's also the challenge of the learning interventions and the OFOs that we craft. It is encouraging to see that there is some improvement. Historically, the challenges have been that it takes a long time to develop learning programs in this country. I've worked with a couple of CETAs, and a couple of years, if you're lucky, is what it will take. And the challenge is that in that time, the technologies have advanced. There's also the limitation of the OFO system. CETAs use the OFO classification for the submission of the workplace skills plans. You might be familiar with that. But the OFO only has so many occupations. If you're looking for a particular occupation, you might find that it's not there. We talk about big data and the need for data analysts, which you'll also see in the sector skills plan. But would you believe me if I told you there's no data analyst on the OFO? A data scientist only joined in 2021. So this leads to the issues where people talk about inaccuracy of data, because then when they can't find what they're looking for, they put the next best thing, but it's not exactly what they look for. We're also having a challenge of a lack of nuance. So for instance, we'll talk about digital marketing. There's no digital marketing specialist on the OFO. What you'll find is a marketing specialist. So I'll have to put a marketing specialist, but maybe in the specialization, I can talk about a digital marketing specialist, which reminds us of the need to be more nimble and in these WSPs, how they're structured from the CETA perspective. And last year, the offer was supposed to be updated. It wasn't updated. So it lags behind the sort of changes that we see in industry. Digital inclusivity. I always hear people talk about how the reason we have to use paper things and post things is because people don't have internet. That's actually not true. Do you know that 79% of this country has access to the internet? You go to rural villages, there's at least 4G. The government is even phasing out 3G. So 4 out of 5 people have access to the internet. The real barrier is affordability. The cost of internet is astronomical. In the CETA context, we work a lot with young people, and these young people tend to be more digitally savvy than the older generation. So it is possible, but the challenge we see is that the data costs are very high. And then another challenge as well, if we look at the slide, is the training and delivery mechanisms. I've already talked about how CETs and TVET lag behind in terms of infrastructure. You also need to capacitate the lecturers as well to be able to teach these things. And historically, we did a study for the WNR CETA about TVET lecturers and capacitation. And what you'll realize is we have sort of a weird inversion of the system in South Africa where the TVETs have always been neglected, but we're trying to push them more. But the TVETs themselves are aspiring to be universities of technologies. The University of the Technologies are aspiring to be universities. They're offering MBAs. There's a bit of a misalignment there, but it means also that the institutions themselves in terms of the capital, but also the human capital, need to be capacitated as well. And also, when you think of the 4IR, it's not necessarily an important concept I'm going to talk about is the difference between a developer and a user of these technologies. You are not IT companies, like I think most of you aren't. We have other sectors and other sectors for that, like the mixed sector and mass sector, and they are the developers of these technologies. Where you have a niche is to be the users of these technology. That means even in offering your traditional training, we can consider these future technologies like augmented reality, virtual reality, or even a simple thing as just the online teaching. That is how to be a user, effective user of technology to increase productivity. And speaking of mixed CETA, mass CETA, there was also a bit of fragmentation in terms of the CETA space, where it wasn't clear which CETA is accountable for what. Everybody was just doing their own thing. But I'm glad since the skills summit they had earlier in the year, it appears we're moving towards more coherence in the CETA space. And then lastly, all of this needs financial support. I think most of you, many of you are SMMEs. The majority of businesses in the sector are SMMEs. One thing about an SMME is that a lot of them are survivalist businesses. We actually have very poor survival rates of SMMEs in South Africa. You find that the owner, the founder is also the CEO, the HR manager, the trainer. They moonlight as the cleaner as well. They do SCM. They will tell you there's no time. There's not even time to train the learners that we need them to train, like more learners. There's no time to do these things like implementing. So the SMMEs in particular need a cash injection boost to be able to implement these technologies. Now, how do we get from the now to the future? We need collaborative, targeted, progressive solutions. And that's what I'll talk about a bit later. And then on the next slide, you'll see that we will then have future skills for sure. But I propose to you that there's still room as well for the traditional skills that we've always had. There are some core fundamental skills that you need in your sectors. And one thing you'll see when I talk to you later about is the importance of soft skills as well, which will never go out of fashion. And that's how you can distinguish yourself in an age of technology that can maybe do the hard technical stuff better than you can. Look at this list here. This is from the study we did last year. It's about emerging skills, and we queried the sector yourselves about what emerging skills you have. Top of the list, graphic design, data analytics, critical thinking, computer literacy, advanced computer, all the way to data science and modeling. What do you observe here? If you look at the highlighted ones, I looked at these and I thought, they don't seem very like tech heavy to me. Have we not been talking about critical thinking for the longest time? Have we not been talking about computer literacy for the longest time? This reminds us that for us to even talk about the advanced stuff, the advanced technologies, we need to get the basics right, like the computer literacy, right? Remember I said to you there's a user and there's a developer of technology. It also, if you can go back to the previous slide, you look at things like graphic design and videography and digital content creation. It tells me that in a future state, even the now, remember I told you the future is now, there is a need for creativity. And that's how you can differentiate yourself from these things like the AI technologies. The creativity in your sector in particular is still relevant. Now, mixed with all of that, you've got the hard skills like your advanced computer stuff, your software developers sometimes appear in the hard to fill vacancies list, data analytics as well, which can also be used with data science and modeling. Now, when you look at these skills, you might think they're very high up in the lists in terms of what the sector needs. But if you look at the next slides, I've got percentages there about the number of people, previous slide, yeah, the number of people who agreed that this was an emerging skill for them. The highest graphic design, 40% of respondents said this was a need. What that tells you is that these things are important, but you still have the need for traditional skills. And the challenge we have is that the employers, especially SMMEs, would point to those traditional skills because that's what they need right now, and they'll say they don't have the luxury to think about these all other things. That's why sometimes they even outsource these functions, especially the IT functions there. So there's still some, that's why also the maybe one of the weaknesses of the SSP process is how if you just do it by numbers, you will get sure what the sector is saying, but you'll miss what is required in future, that future proactive thinking, and everything will always lag behind because it's reactive. I'm suggesting to you that there's a place for both the traditional skills and the future skills. Similar picture when you talk about the occupations in demand. 4IR emerging occupations were ICT specialists and technicians, multimedia specialists, speaking about that creativity, digital artists as well. Fraud and risk analyst speaks to how you're going to have all this data and cybersecurity, and you need to move there. I'm very excited for an SSP we did for one of the CETAs this year. I can't mention it because it hasn't been published, but it had that link to say that when you say the cybersecurity coming in, when you say, first of all, we are doing digital marketing, we need to gather a lot of data. You need then cybersecurity to protect this data with POPI and all the acts there. And then at the same time as well, you will also need people like your IT auditors and fraud and risk analysts as well. Question you must keep in the back of your mind is, but who can do this? Who can afford to do this? And if we go to the next slide, we talk about the future is now. Implementation. I like this diagram because it speaks to what we can do as a CETA and as individual businesses. I have a stat here from the study that we did last time. 33%, that's 1 out of 3 of employers, indicated that they lack awareness on how and where 4IR can be adopted. So I can speak to you and you say, yeah, I have some vague idea, but as when it comes to exactly how it gets implemented in your company, that's the challenge. And only 23% of respondents agreed that 4IR skills are well known and understood. So what are these things that we keep talking about? And then only 37% of employers are implementing 4IR skills. Now, in terms of the implementation map, that points to me that we need to first understand what our needs are. And what I mean when I say your needs, I mean you as an individual business, what are your needs? We'll put it all together later when we talk about the sector. We need to understand the what, the where, the who, the when, and the how. There are so many moving variables in all of this. If you just look at it to say, we must implement the 4IR program, we must design a 4IR program, you'll have a challenge where the programs are there, the programs are done, but they do not yield result. results because they were not planned well from the very beginning. And that leads me to planning. A lot of these things need partner organizations. I'm very excited that later Harambe will be speaking, the Jobs Fund as well, and I'll speak more about that. These are the sort of partners we need in the space because we concede that, especially as SMMEs, there's a limited capability and capacity to do some of these things. But at the same time, I wonder if we do need to be doing everything ourselves or there's a need for more collaboration. Then you need to design, and there's a need for a budget for these things. Budget for doing the programs, budget for you as the sector implementing the programs. They will need time and they will need people. Often what you hear from employers, even with the traditional programs that we have, especially SMMEs, is that they don't have the luxury to be, in inverted commas, babysitting 10, 20 interns. So they'll take 1, 2, 3 people. But there's still then a need for people to recognize that this is a future investment. They're not just there at the office not doing anything. And that's what speaks to our programs being appropriately targeted in that regard. The people as well need to be trained. And you need to anticipate risks. And something very important, change management. The things we are asking for require a fundamental shift in how we do things. But it is also not a mystery. Change management has been around in HR for many years. There are people who actually know. So highlights I could speak to you about communication, what you're communicating, when you're communicating it, how you are apportioning people and their tasks. But you need to manage it so that the fear does not grip in. There was a company we worked with a couple of years ago where they had sort of technology being implemented. They had a challenge of many of their employees were older people, and older people are not so tech savvy, so they were afraid of this technology. Candace spoke about how they must have a curiosity and learning culture. How that company managed to implement those technologies despite initial resistance was they were patient with their employees, they allowed them to make mistakes, and there was reiteration and progressive movement, which is also not a unique thing. In IT, they've got a methodology called Agile, which prioritizes get the job done now. If it's not, doesn't have to be perfect. We'll look at it again and again until it's perfect. We should look at more things like that. Implementation, collaboration, supporting the businesses, monitoring, and flexibility. Programs do not have to be set in stone. If you see something is not working, you should be able to adjust it. At our last meeting, Cathsseta, people were talking about, and I've seen this as well, compliance and how it creates paralysis, right? When people see that something was done this way before, or it's in a program, a plan like this, then they want to stick to it till the bitter end, and it will be a bitter end. You should be able to be nimble and move forward and change if needs be. And lastly, evaluating, where we look at lessons learned and how we can improve, and then back to understanding and the map. To bring it all together, if you remember this diagram here, where I was telling you we have the now, we need the future. We have some challenges, there are some solutions that we can look at. We'll need future skills and the traditional skills as well. The outcomes and impacts that we should envisage through programs like partnering and understanding that first and foremost, there needs to be informed decision-making from the research and business intelligence that we have. This speaks for a need for research that speaks to you, research in your own organizations. Does not have to be fancy, does not have to be complicated, but you need to understand what exactly your needs are. And for larger organizations or even smaller organizations, I encourage you as well to consider dashboards and business intelligence. And speaking of the AI, things like ChatGPT and Gemini can actually do those things for you. They can even do your budgeting, your cash flows, and it's not really that complicated once you get used to it. An outcome is improved candidates, the supply that we have. So we had a challenge where there weren't a lot of tech-savvy young people, a lot of digital access for young people. So we need to start them young in primary school, like how other countries do it as well, actually. We need to carry it on to high school. I've heard that there's coding being introduced in matric. I do wonder, did we train the teachers? Do we have the facilities? That's the additional conversation we need to have there. But the overall idea is that if you're going to be a developer, we also need to see maths and science skills. If you're going to be a user, you do need to be comfortable with technology and computer literacy at the basic level. And then increased access to future skills training in the TVET and the communities where we're creating access by capacitating these TVET colleges, the TVET lecturers, and the capabilities as well. And digital literacy I've spoken about. And then importantly, reducing the cost of data and technology. We need more zero-rated sites like Harambe, SA Youth Network, and YOMA, the Youth Market Agency, where young people can go there and see opportunities, first of all. Big problem is young people do not even know where to turn to. Even business people, they do not even know where to turn to find funding. If we could centralize this information, that would go a long way. And then collaboration and coherence, particularly amongst the SETAs, people like Cathsseta developers, everybody else user, ETDP SETA training those lecturers and the teachers in school that we need so that we can have these future skilled workers. And then lastly, increased SMME maturity and growth rates. We always talk about the unemployment rate. 70% of young people in this country are unemployed. They will only be employed through businesses growing. Businesses then need the funding. I'm very passionate about having capital funding, seed funding for businesses, because that's what we've seen in our evaluations to be very effective. So all of this that we're talking about will require you as well to be frugal with the monies. And I'm glad Jobs Fund later is going to speak, because they have a model there called a challenge fund, where the sector is asked, how do we solve this program? What do you suggest? And you come up with ideas, and they even challenge you to put forward some funding so that it's matched as well, and you have a stake in it and creates greater accountability. Those are some of the ways we can look at to improve that funding. I'd like to thank you for your time today, and I look forward to an engaging discussion. God bless.
Okay. Hello to you all. What an amazing first discussions from the panel. It feels as if, yeah, a Cathsseta round of applause. It honestly feels like we sat in a room and had a lekgutla before coming and speaking about what it is that we'd like to discuss today. Because as they were speaking, I was like, "Ke lami leo, ke lami leo," you know, same. And what I intend to do this afternoon or morning is to basically take a golden thread in the form of two theories that will bring together what it is that our speakers have spoken about, and ask ourselves, what can theory and frameworks enable us to do if we actually pull them together to say, we're coming from such diverse perspectives, and we're trying to pull together things that feel like they don't actually align, but they do. Because the high impact programs are intended to say, what do we get when the collective of sums of many different stakeholders come together and actually say we want to create something that is excellent, sustainable, but will also create economic change in the various sectors that we are working in. So I've titled this Unlocking Potential, Unleashing Possibilities, a tale of two theories. I am a dramatist by profession, so I will start with a story, because story is, in a sense, the golden thread that sometimes brings us together. So once upon a time, Cathsseta came into being and thought to itself, there's a lot of pockets of excellence where we have been trying to actually activate and stimulate our sector. But we need one thing that will actually pull us all together and lead us on a path that will not just make change, but will make sustainable change. And what I'd like to propose is for us to look at two theories that could potentially look at how institutional arrangements could work together to bring in what feels like something that is divergent, but actually is convergent in nature. The first one is system thinking. Next slide, Kanya. So what is system thinking? It's basically saying that we do not work in isolation. We work as a system that collectively, okay, baby girl. The next one, please. Okay, so system thinking is an approach that understands how things influence each other within an entire entity. It's one that mimics our nature. So when we look at the ecosystem, you take out the bee from the ecosystem and the ecosystem dies. So what it says is, can we be cognizant of how each element actually contributes to what the ecosystem looks like, and acknowledge that we can't operate in silos, because together we can literally do more. And using the principle of of Ubuntu in how we lead and how we implement programs is actually the only way that we can leverage some of the 4IR and monitor and evaluate collectively. And as you've heard Dr. Candace speaking earlier on, she highlighted the fact that don't leave M&E behind. Don't put it ahead. Put it into part of the ecosystem, part of the designing of the program, because in that way you're working in an agile manner, to quote Budumelo, and constantly iterating so that you don't get to the end and ask, where did it go wrong? Instead, you're creating a minimal viable product and constantly saying, oh my goodness, we thought this is how it was going to work when we sat and created the story. But now that the characters are in the world and the story is developing, we realize that there are certain hurdles we didn't anticipate, like the elections turning out to the evolution of how government is now run with the GNU. So what it constantly says is, as a character living in the world that we are participating in, we won't know what's going to happen. So how can we upskill ourselves and develop ourselves to thinking, okay, this is where I thought it was going to go. The system is not necessarily working according to how I had anticipated. How can I actually leverage other aspects of the system so that I can still get to where the destination I had planned to go is, but knowing that I might need to deviate and not take the highway, but rather take the old Johannesburg or Pretoria road. So this is a silo approach of thinking about how we work or collaborate, right? You've got institutions that say you become a scientist, so you go and you study things about nature and the ecology of things. Then you've got others that say, no, you need to go and study business management. So you go and study what Porter's Forces speaks about and why business is important and how you check the balances and make sure that you're financially viable and the ROI of things. Then there's the humanities, abotina, so the actors, the artists, that come and say you can't leave people behind, regardless of what it is that you do. But we have seen that our world does not work like this anymore. When we went and met in our different sectors or subsectors, we realized that it is through collaboration that we can actually make these hips work. And what does this look like in practice when it's a systematic thing? It looks like the Iziko Museum, where you've got an individual that works under the ocean and looks at how we can conserve nature, then takes some of the elements from there, presents them into a business case where the museum can actually have learners come and see what it is that is under our coral reefs or under at our seabeds. And then we've got the humanities that tell the story of why preserving our oceans is important. And then how does this develop our economy? Through tourism, through job creation, through upskilling, but also through a conservation of these various forms of nature that will enable us to have something for future generations to also actually benefit from us exploiting our resources, but in a responsibly sourced manner. So this then says, if we look at what we are doing at Cathsseta as a collective, as a system, we don't work in silos, but instead it looks something like this. Next slide, please. That image of the scientist, as well as the business student, as well as the actor that tells the story, then looks like this. You've got individuals that say, I understand the ecology of things, I understand the environment, but I understand that there is society within the environment. But for us to be sustained as a people, we need for a thriving economy to exist. So now you don't only look at something that stands alone as one pillar from one to another, but you see how we start triangulating these things and move in and out of the different dimensions of how it is that we work as a sector. So the invitation here today is, if you're coming from the tourism space, ask yourself, in this element of tourism, how can I actually bring a storyteller to make this story that might sound very scientific, very complex, one that can actually be told in a manner that is impactful, easy to remember, but also creates jobs for otherwise excluded youth who are orators, ones that have got the talent but have also upskilled themselves, but just don't know what content to talk about outside of fashion and gossip and things like that, but they want to create meaningful dialogue and conversation. So we bring, for example, an archaeology student working together with a storyteller, creating videos, but then asking, how can we create an immersive form of tourism that doesn't just say, come and see what the caves looks like, but experience what the cave people or the cavemen cave peeping, to be politically correct, actually live like, so that you don't walk away just seeing the paintings, but you've almost got an experiential, immersive experience that when you walk away, you start thinking of your own home as a cave and a museum that can actually be a collection of artifacts that tell a story of who you are and where it is that you come from. We are not individuals that live in silos. Why do we then work in silos when we can actually unify? Next slide, please. So thinking about some of the key takeaways that one can offer as a start from the systems thinking approach, I thought about, okay, what type of a mindset do we need from an individual perspective, but also an organizational one? And broadly, I'll quote from Carol Dweck, who speaks about a growth mindset. And a growth mindset says, we don't work from a place of scarcity. Our resources are like the ocean. If you take one bucket out of the ocean, you don't notice that there's any water missing, rather than thinking that our resources are finite, especially if we collectivize how we work. So the first point that a systems thinking approach enables is a holistic view. I was sitting in on one of the breakaway sessions, and I was listening to how each individual is so focused and aligned to their own ecosystem and their own area of discipline, that if they just lifted their head and said, how does my silo actually contribute to the broader sector, it would have been a collaborative way of saying, let's build from each other's divergent perspectives and actually grow from what it is that we can contribute and leverage. And when we looked at the HIPs that different sectors presented, what we saw is they're actually saying, I'm coming with this, you come and then build on top of that, you come and then we build on top of that. So the systems thinking approach says we build together whilst coming from our divergent places, so we diverge as well as converge. Next slide, please. Then we also look at, go back, please. We also look at how we can leverage points for impact. So we've looked at the 8 factors that contribute to the HIPs, and each of them have got different requirements that will help us be impactful. I think Ntate Silota spoke earlier on about the impact of saying you're young, you're a musician, you want to become upskilled, walk the journey with a legend so that you can see what it takes for you to actually develop your career to the extent where you can be an international phenomena. But understand that it takes understanding the small leveraging points that can enable you to flourish in the big way that you do. So how can we identify leveraging points? Not points that are just important for today, but points that can actually create ripples of change. Scenario planning is one of the most impactful ways that one can do this. And what it says is there's no one way of looking at what the future can actually entail. So looking at the skills of the future, you need to create some form of scenario planning to say, okay, what if actually there is a pandemic in the future? How would we leverage technology for us to be able to continue on what it is that our programs need to achieve, considering that we might be stationed in one place? What happens when the budget is cut in half because of whatever reasons that there might be? What other leveraging mechanisms can we actually use for that? So it says that we know that the future is unknown, but we can at least take some of the data points that we currently have to foreshadow what the future could potentially look like. Next slide, please. Another one is the continuous learning and adaptation. And here, when we were speaking about curiosity, I thought, exactly. You need to be invested in saying what I know today may not necessarily serve me tomorrow. So how am I continuously investing in learning? And this is not just on an individual level. Here, I'd like to invite representatives of Cathsseta, as well as the various organizations that are here, to saying we need to practice what Peter Singer calls the learning organization. One that doesn't just have discussions, which are conversation primarily for the sake of hearing what another person has to say and then responding, but rather dialogic forms of communications like the ones we had yesterday, where you are speaking primarily for the purpose of learning from the other person so that you can take that, grapple with it, adopt it, and say, okay, what I've learned from you is this, and what I'd like to actually share with you so you too can learn is that. And that dialogic approach to engaging in all forms of communication enables us to say, no one is an empty vessel, a la Paulo Freire. Everybody is half filled and we're filling into each other, and in that way, again, working from a point of abundance, not a point of scarcity. So it's not what can Cathsseta do for me, but how can I be an enabling change agent so that Cathsseta, together with myself, can actually have the high impact that we are looking to have? Because a relationship that is dependent on one party is short-lived, because the one party can get tired, can run out of resources, and can feel that actually this is too much. But one that is actually mutually beneficial allows for us to say, okay, where you're giving 20% this year, next year I can give 80%, but actually now, the following year, my budget's been cut. Can we maybe do a 60-40 split? But because it's mutually beneficial, it's in both parties' benefit for whatever it is that we do to consistently be one that is nurturing the other, growing the other, but also making sure that the impact is mutually beneficial. So the continuous learning is important for this, because you can't say, I know what I know, this is how I've always done it. You need to say, how do I unlearn what I currently know so I can make space for what I don't know so that I can actually learn what I need to know. And then the only critique I'd have for Boitumelo and that last slide is and then it goes back to planning. So a la design thinking, I'd also bring back it's actually cyclic in nature. So whilst you're actually going and planning, implementing, and iterating, you're going back, and sometimes it's not, I know that was like a model, an ideal, but sometimes it's messy, right? And you start the planning, and then you go into the implementation, and by the time you get to the evaluation, you realize that some of the constructs you originally thought were what the project would entail no longer exist. They fell away on the wayside. But if we're constantly doing that, almost like a pendulum, and saying, let's evaluate again, so M&E walking with us, not something that is left behind, allows us to say, hold on, we need another construct over here. We actually need another stakeholder. We need another partner. We need a different lens to look at this problem, or a different lens to find a solution to this, because the one we had initially does not fit what it is that we intended to do. Then there's resilience and flexibility. Boitumelo articulated this well, so I won't repeat this. Agility is, a skill of the future and the present that will put and set people apart. The next one. Then the stakeholder involvement, which is why you were each invited. How am I for time? Am I still good? Mara, people chowed my time, guys. Yes, it's democracy. But is it, no, chairperson, no program director. Okay, so I did say a tale of two theories. What I'll do is I'll continue speaking about the last part of this one, and then just highlight what it is that we use as strategists to say, how do we make this systematic thing actually land on a daily basis? And I'll speak back to dynamic capabilities. So when we are engaging with stakeholders, we need multiple perspectives. It's not just my way, my word, my way of doing things that's going to enable us to flourish, but it's the divergent viewpoints, especially the ones that are most different to the ones you hold. I always seek the people in the room that disagree with me, because I'll learn more from them than the ones that are in alignment with me, but also we'll grow more from each other, because going from this point to this point means that we've experienced this level of growth together. Then the next slide, please. Next slide, please, Kanisa. So what system thinking requires of us, next slide, is dynamic capabilities. And dynamic capabilities are basically okay, next slide. A theory that basically says that as organizations, we've got basic capabilities, right? For this event to have been successful, we had the capability of pulling together people, sending out invite, getting lights and the likes. But what makes it dynamic is choosing a program director that can read the room, adjust what it is that needs to be done, a team that says, okay, this program needs to be changed slightly in this way and the other, or there's a voice that we're actually missing. Let's make sure that on day 2, this is what we do as opposed to day 1. What you do there is you say you've got the basics in place, so operational excellence is there, but how do we actually excel beyond what the basic need is? Next slide, please. So these are the different principles, and I'll land over here because what I'll do here is I'll basically say there are so many aspects of what we can look at when we look at dynamic capabilities. Can we go back to the slide? But a really critical thing is using broadly what is known as a theory of appreciative inquiry. And what it says is, rather than finding problems that we want to solve, let's look for solutions that can enable us to get to the point or the destination that we desire. So these are all questions that are set in the positive. They are set in the affirmation. They are set in the abundant approach to looking at opportunities. The one is from a strategy perspective, are we creating value for key players in our ecosystem? So how dynamic capabilities really works well with regard to system thinking is we don't think of, are we just doing well as an organization? Are we doing well as part of an ecosystem? Are we allowing strategy to emerge? Some people think that, well, we have debates as scholars. Some people think you formulate the strategy, then you implement, then you evaluate. But I'm more Mintzberg girly, and I say no. Strategy is emergent. Strategy is cyclic. Strategy is constant. As we're sitting, you learn something new, and you go back and you say, okay, actually, this strategy needs this minor adjustment because it's not going to get us to where we needed it to if we stick to what we thought at the Bosparad. We pivot swiftly and effectively between different strategies as well. Strategies don't have to be binary. They can also be something that has got a lot of gray area, and we can swing like a pendulum between varying ones as well, a la that scenario planning. Organization design. The organization can't look the way it did before the high impact programs after the creation of them. Not the organogram, Chairperson. Not the organogram. I'm not touching the organogram. All I'm saying is, if, for example, we've got now subject matter experts that maybe need to be consulted in the form of consultants, then we bring those in, because when we look at how the structure looks like, sometimes we need individuals that are going to come in and say, I specialize in this area, but you specialize in the ecosystem. So let me tell you what specialists need so that you don't necessarily go in a direction that misses the mark by 5 degrees, because we know if you take a vessel and you're trying to go to your true north and you miss it by 5 degrees, you might land up on a completely different island. So how do we engage with subject matter experts like your Ntate Selailo Selota, who understands the lived experience, not just the skilled element, you know, but also then can say, from a theoretical perspective, this could work, but practically when we're implementing, this is where I think some of the limitations might arise, and this is how I have actually seen ways to move and maneuver around those. So from an organizational design, it's also about how we engage and the mindset we have as an organization. Is it business as usual or business as unusual because we're trying to walk into uncharted territories? Then problem solving or solution finding as well. Are there any consequences to what it is that we're doing in our solutions and solution finding that are going to actually eradicate the very thing that we need to do? If we think systematically about what it is that we're trying to achieve, we need to sometimes also look at how some of the solutions we create can actually create problems later on, a la training individuals and then not being able to put them into gainful employment. Last slide. Kanya? Next one. Next one. I've tried to condense. Next one. Yes. So just broadly speaking, if we look at our framework from a dynamic capabilities perspective, we need to have a time where we sense what it is that we're doing. Here we're doing our research, we're identifying opportunities, which is what you did yesterday. But we also need to come back, seize and design and refine the business model. So committing resources to it in the form of human capital as well as resources and time. And then we need to look at how we can transform and realign structure as well as culture. The culture eats breakfast for, strategy eats, culture eats strategy for breakfast is a Peter Drucker quote that is used quite a lot. If we don't change the mindset, if we don't change the heart, if we don't change our perception, we'll have the high impact programs as something that we desire, but we'll also need to have the head, the heart, the hands, as well as the gut that enables us to say, what do we also need to introspectively do to bring us to the change that will lead us to the impact? I thank you.
That definitely needs another Cathsseta round of applause. Yo! That was exciting, that was challenging, that was inspiring, that was informative. It makes me feel like we all need to go back to school. Okay, let me just... I think what I want to pull from all of this is the implication for Cathsseta is that while the HIPs itself needs a new way of thinking, a new way of looking, if you want to look at the implementation, it's going to require organizational consideration and organizational development, the building of new capacities, new capabilities, and the one that is the big challenge is a culture shift. So I really liked that Candace shared with us that the HIPs can be a catalytic transformation tool for the country, which is big. It's a big responsibility to carry, and an even bigger responsibility to make sure that you do it right. I also like that she's challenging Cathsseta and the rest of us in the room that MNE can't be a little bit of a pimple on the side. It needs to be integrated into management systems, and it needs to have a practical value for all of the users. Whether it's decision-making, whether it's strategy, whether it's course correction, but it shouldn't be a tick box, and it shouldn't be about indicators and outputs. And again, it is about a change management and organizational management and a change of thinking how you're doing stuff. I mean, yesterday we talked about a new way of doing stuff, a new road, but this is a new implication for Cathsseta to consider. Boitumelo talking to us about future skills. You know, yesterday the DDG talked about that we're playing catch up, and the chairperson illustrating to us how what a unequal country we live in. There's and you know the informal, the formal economy, the haves and the have-nots. And when Boitumelo was speaking about, even though we're supposed to be in the 4 IR, some parts of our country are still in the 2 and 3 IR. And some parts are in the 5 and 6 IR, which also kind of illustrates the change and the dichotomy in the space and the challenge of creating digital inclusivity. I also liked that in terms of the skills that he listed around that is important for us, he had an important one there called critical thinking. It's got nothing to do with digital. It is critical thinking, and it is considered a 20th century global economy skill. So for each of us, even if we're not in the digital space, critical thinking is important and creative thinking. And also that we think about the 4 IR, and I like that one slide where he shows us, it makes me tired and it makes me feel like I don't know much, even though I think I know much, that so much is happening in the IR space. That, you know, it's digital and 4 IR is a whole big a can of worms on itself, so by itself. And then within that, if you want to superimpose the skills needed in the different sectors, is another big matrix that needs to be navigated and negotiated. And so for Cathsseta, what does that mean? Because this skill needs to be integrated. The question of future skills, I like that he gave us some plan and lens that we can maybe consider and use to map and plan for these unknowns and the things that we don't know. And talked about some challenges, but I think the good news is that that digital skills and traditional skills are not mutually exclusive, and they can find a happy medium. But I think the big thing, and this talks about the optimization of the ecosystem, that no matter how well we do this in the sectors for Cathsseta, if we do not reduce the cost of data, we're still not creating access. And that is beyond Cathsseta. And what came to me is how we have to expand the ecosystem around advocacy and lobbying to make sure we all take hands together to make this a reality and make sure that the impact happens. And then our storyteller. Thank you. Thank you for I really like the heart, hands, head, and she added the gut. I usually do head, heart, hands, and you added the gut, because yesterday I talked about bringing heart to the process. So I'm taking that as a way. And that's how we need to consolidate the ecosystem, that even the ecosystem itself needs an expansive view to it, that itself needs the skills that, that we're trying to teach other people, and that how we need to move out of our silo thinking. Really like that it actually comes from the sense of Ubuntu, how we do work. We come from different spaces, but how we go forward together to optimize the impact that we have and consolidate it. So what I'm taking from here in terms of the 3 inputs is the unlearning of the old and the relearning of the new, for all of us actually, is that we can't go forward trying to solve and expand and build new with old thinking. We really need to come up with new thinking, and that resource sharing doesn't have to be as transactional. We need to look at what fair exchange looks in this space. This year I can do more, next year you can do more. This thing of dynamic capabilities and keeping it iterative, and then even reviewing what success looks like. Because in order for Cathsseta to be successful, in order for that impact to happen, it is clear from the input yesterday and the input today that we really all have to take hands, head, heart, and gut to get to there. And I want to quote Mr. Naidu, who said yesterday, "Hope is us working together." So let's give our panel another round of applause. It's almost making me emotional, all of this stuff. So, okay, I've got questions, but I'm going to open up for questions. We've got 10 minutes for questions, so questions, please. Okay, I'm going to go to the side of the room. 1, 2. Okay, let's take the 2 questions. Please, yes, sir, I saw you, noted there, Brett, you. Please, can you identify yourself? Tell us the organization you're from, and if your question is directed to one of a particular panelist, please then say. No.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Since yesterday, we've been struggling to get your recognition. We failed to ask some questions yesterday. Nevertheless, yesterday has passed. I would like to get a clarity from the speakers that the traditional skills, maybe I'm not educated or a little bit educated to understand the traditional skills. And then the previous speaker, madam, has advised us or educated that we should focus on the solution rather than the problems. But I don't understand. I would just like to get a clarity from him, because you can't find a solution without deliberating on the problem as to what is the problem and so on. Then after deliberation, then you focus on the solution as to what is the way forward. You cannot jump to a solution without deliberating on the problem. Then, if you allow me, Madam Chair, yesterday the chairperson, Mr. Tembanlov, has indicated that 1,800 McDonald's trainees and so on. I wanted yesterday to check as to why McDonald's only, while we have other giant restaurants like Nando's and so on. Why only 1,000 McDonald's owned specific Nando's? Why Nando's? You understand?
Sir, I'm going to stop you there.
Thank you.
Can you please identify who you are?
Oh, I said, Madam Chair, my name is Truman Lupindo.
Thank you.
From Socialist Organized Workers Union. I'm the General Secretary of the Trade Union. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And your rebuke is noted, and I'm glad you got the time to speak. I'm going to take the next question, and then we'll come back to the panelists for their responses. And I please ask our attendees, can I please ask you to ask one question? Because as been pointed out, there's other people who need to speak, so one question, please. Brett needs the... Can you put your hands up, Brett? So that...
All right, thanks very much. My name is Wayne. I'm sure Brett is in there somewhere, but...
Wayne, oh, sorry, I can't see from here. Apologies. I thought you were the board member. My apologies.
Thank you for the compliment. So I've two hats. One is Sundowner Fly Fishing Adventures, and the other one is involved with the marketing for the Cradle Tourism Company. And first, I just want to commend the panel that just spoke. And the short and sweet part of it is that one of the things is there really isn't a necessity to recreate the wheel. So we know what problems are, we know what challenges there are, and when there's initiatives where you're trying to bring, for instance, the fourth industrial revolution into it, and you want to start training and equipping, for instance, product owners, we've been able to use technology that can help them to do booking systems, to make their lives easier, to do administration, which, you know, for a small business, and that's what we're aiming for, is a big part of entrepreneurs, them not understanding how to use this technology is a major challenge. So being able to also add in, sorry, and this is probably more of a comment than a question, but it's something for Cathsseta maybe just to consider, is that when you put the technology in, you also need to be able to do the monitoring and evaluation. So when projects and things are put in place, I think it's essential that there should be a bundle so that you have a package, so that you have access to all of these things, and that when training gets done, it must be put in so that we understand the big words so we can dial down, and that everyone else can do it. And a quick second one is that you've got small business, but you also have organizations that have got access to members and people that you can roll out training and things to. So if we can have a look at approaching organizations, for instance, the Cradle Tourism Company in my situation, where we can actually then come back and say, okay, this is what has been put down from the conference, what is that we specifically need, and then we can roll out these, obviously there's primary impacts, propositions that are being put on the table for the next season.
Thank you. Okay, gone. I'm gonna ask the, sir, I'm sorry, can I ask the lady on that side? Because yesterday, they're gonna be, yesterday I tried to get into that block and I didn't, so please can we have that lady speak? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Onika Mkabudi from African Global Skills Academy. I do have a question for, is it Witumelo? Around the usage of AI, particularly I want your view in terms of making sure that that usage doesn't really make young people not think. Let me give you a scenario where you are asking for a young person to provide you a proposal, and when you do review that proposal, all you find out is that almost 90% of that was developed by AI. How do we manage that in terms of making sure that you are still able to evaluate the work to be that kind of a work for that person. So I just need to understand your view. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Let's go to panel.
Wait, you've got the lion's share.
All right. Thank you so much. To answer the first question from Mr. Truman, which was a question about what are traditional skills. The particular wording, whether we call them traditional or core skills, is not important. It's more important that they are in contrast to the future skills that we might not have to the great extent today. So when I said for traditional skills, I meant the skills that are core to an occupation, to a business. So let us say you are a cook in a hospitality business. You need to know food handling, no matter what, right? That's the traditional skill in question. Maybe if you're on the admin side, you need to understand finance, business marketing, business development. Those are the traditional skills I was talking about. So the point is they are the core fundamental skills, and it also leads to my next point as well, that we've got hard skills and we've got soft skills, right? One of the most important things in the future skills is having soft skills. In your sector, it's actually very important where you deal with servicing people, so customer service and the things that are involved at the lower level, like communication. You were alluding to emotional intelligence in your presentation. Those are the things that will still be important and how they differentiate you from maybe where technology can do something better. But nonetheless, the key thing is always an integration where technology betters what you do. And that leads me to my answer to Ms. Onika's question about the usage of AI. How do we ensure that young people don't lose sight and can think for themselves? The starting point is we need to inculcate those problem-solving, analytical, critical thinking skills in young people from a young age. That means in the primary school level, ECD, as early as ECD actually, primary school, high school as well. So that by the time they encounter the AI, the technologies, they would have had their own thinking. I can confirm that you mustn't take the things you see on like ChatGPT or Gemini as gospel. It needs you to check that information. Sometimes it gets it wrong. But again, to demystify the space, there's a concept in computers they've been using since computers have been around, 3IR in the 60s. They say garbage in, garbage out. These technologies, the programs, take in what you give them, right? So if you are, they call it prompting. If you are asking it all the wrong things, you're giving it all the wrong information, or it's not properly directed, targeted, it will give you a wrong response. So just to sum up, what I'm saying is that we do need to have the fundamentals, the core in place. Then for just training institutions, if you want to catch things like the use of AI, there are tools for that, for instance, that can detect AI writing. But the point is the young people start with those core traditional fundamental skills, and then the AI helps them to work more productively. Once they have those skills, they can move on to more high-value items, high-value things that the AI cannot do so well.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then also to answer Mr. Truman's question, so I was quoting from an approach called appreciative inquiry. It's not that we work in an ignorant space and do not acknowledge that there's a problem, but the main point is rather than spending 80% of the time focusing on defining the problem, the approach suggests that you spend 20% of the time defining the problem and 80% of the time finding the solutions. So for example, a project that I did recently on behalf of an organization that had a footprint in 14 countries, we were looking at financial exclusion of women, youth, and persons with impairments. Rather than spending a majority of my time saying, what's the definition of impairment? Who do we include and exclude? We say broadly we understand that we've got visible and invisible impairments, so that's going to be the broad answer. Now how we then go and integrate how the solution needs to focus on is by saying anybody with an impairment would want to be financially included. So we don't need to focus on the problem or the challenge of the fact that usually the percentage of the population that is impaired does not match how many people we integrate into the workforce or financially include. But what we want to do is to say, how do we maximize that? How do we exceed the country percentage? And how do we ensure that we don't get bogged down on the nitty-gritty and the sometimes just the lexicon of the vocabulary that we're using, but rather to say we need to impact. We know that these people are marginalized. How do we bring them into the economy and make sure that they just don't have gainful employment or access to microfinance, but how do they actually contribute to the top 20, commodities that the entity is using in their procurement process? How do we also make sure that the space that we're integrating them into is one that is going to be conducive for their divergent abilities? So basically, it's not to say we ignore the problem, but we say that's not going to be the primary focus of the engagement. We're going to dream, we're going to design, we're going to deliver as the major part of it. And just something that I didn't mention, and I don't want to lose my job. I'm here in my capacity as a representative of the Gordon Institute of Business Science. But what we would like to pledge to the Cathsseta is to say, once there has been an initial definition of what the high impact programs are, we would like to bring in resources to say, can you maybe come and spend a day with us at Gibbs? And then we look at each of them, and then we try and define what some of the opportunities in the various ecosystems are, how we can bring in some of the theories and also some of our scholars to help define these impact programs, but also to see where it is that we can contribute from an ecosystem perspective. So Melebu, at any point in time, and to you, Chair and CEO, please let us know when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask Candace if she has any last remarks after.
Just a quick point that was prompted by a comment from the floor. So in M&E systems, we tend to also design them as institutions for ourselves and our information needs. Another challenge I want to put forward to Cathsseta is that look at the other stakeholders, the business owners, the unions, do some kind of stakeholder mapping, which I'm pretty sure you've done already, and include them in the process of designing the M&E system. Because there are information needs out there that your stakeholders also require from the M&E system. They can support that participatory collaborative process. And from my sister there, I think that from systems thinking and an ecological approach, I think it aligns with that to say, let's not create an ironclad machine-like system that is static, that has rows and columns and indicators and then you're reporting on those every quarter. Be more agile about it. Have a kind of process where people are learning on a regular basis so that when the information comes out, bring the stakeholders together and say, what are we learning from this? How do we change course then to iterate differently for better impact going forward? Thanks.
Thank you. I think what we must go away with is how we make this developmental, that at each process, at each point, at each process, at each decision, there is a learning to be made. And how do we stop, think, reflect, and course correct and take from there the wisdoms in terms of moving forward. So can I ask you again to give a Cathsseta a round of applause for this amazing dynamic panel? And then I'm going to ask one of the executive managers from Cathsseta to come up and do the honors. And while they're doing that, I don't want to, I've already been rebuked around not acknowledging everyone, so let me acknowledge our people online. First, there was big applause and acknowledgement of the dynamism of this panel, and the one even shared that it is scary to think that the jobs are going to be replaced by AI, but you did a good job of reassuring them. So thank you for your inspiring, and that comes from Tandwetu Dainty. And then we've had Boitamelo, oh no, let me see, Malebo Matsita, who says great breakdown of M&E, which can be seen as a monumental task beyond capabilities. The big challenge is translating these skills into meaningful jobs and improving performance in the workplace. For IR skills needs to be a metric in M&E strategy. And also a comment for the panelists is, and for the rest of us, is awareness is critical. Systems thinking is the framework theory that brings it all together. Collaboration is getting things done. Thank you. New age things. That was our first selfie on stage. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. Last push before you get to your food. Our next panel Can we do a caucus? Can we do the MICT after this?
What are you going to do now?
Then another panel, someone needs
The
to
one
get back
that's
to
here?
work. Yeah. Is
Then
that
we
okay?
go and do
Yes.
the MICT after?
Yes. Is that fine? So this is us being nimble. This is us having dynamic capabilities. This is us caucusing and course correcting for the program. So thank you for your patience with that. So let's go into our next panel, which is, if I can get there. Okay, so panel 2 is, yesterday we talked about skills and the skills in demand, and we talked about the supply of skills in terms of Cathsseta, and then there were a few comments around, well, where does jobs sit? Are jobs also a demand? And are we considering them in our plans and as part of the ecosystem in terms of how we respond and how we come together to kind of make sure that there is impact and success collectively for all of our work. And so this panel is going to be an interesting panel, and there the title of it is Understanding the Demand Side of Skills Development. What are the conditions, considerations, and critical success factors for job creation, job readiness, and labor absorption for beneficiaries within the current economic context? So experiences of some of these programs and initiatives, and what can Cathsseta take from it? And what can all of us take from it in terms of better understanding and consolidating the ecosystem that we work in? Our first panelists again, please join us on stage, and you will speak in the order that I am introducing you. And again, please hold questions and comments for the end. Our first speaker is Mr. Tsolo Mogotsi. He's the Chief Partnerships Officer at Youth Employment Service. His main responsibility is to develop and manage strategic relationships that support YES's mission with its range of partners, including business and the presidency, to magnify YES's impact on youth employment and the national economy. He has extensive experience in business, government, and civil society, and as an entrepreneur, and he has successfully co-founded an IT startup. His background is a range of development programs and entrepreneurship and local government. And so he brings a nice, rich, diverse mixture of skills to his position, and more importantly, lenses and discernment of what is going on around us. His main interest and theme that permeates much of his career is the strategic management of innovations and partnerships. Welcome. The next speaker will be Ms. Sinovuyo Moabalobela. You can correct me on how I said your name. She's a distinguished South African professional with over 16 years of extensive experience in social and transformational policy and policy management, and has a string of academic, she has many alphabets behind her name, ranging from undergrad to postgrad, which I'm not going to read in the interest of time, but is impressive. As the head of emerging opportunities at Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator, she leads the strategic initiatives within key sectors such as agriculture, automotive, and green industry. She serves as the chairperson of many organizations, and her roles reflect her leadership in shaping critical industry standards and driving forward sustainable energy transition initiatives. Welcome. Can we give it a round of applause? And our third panelist is Mr. Xavier Edwiza from the Jobs Fund, and he's the project director for the Jobs Fund, and he holds a master's degree in business administration and a master's degree in development economics, both from Dalhousie University in Canada, and many other alphabets behind his name, which I'm not going to go through in the interest of time again. And he has extensive experience in it. It also sounds like he has an academic and a pracademic and a policy view on jobs, and he has worked extensively in many African countries. And prior to joining the Jobs Fund, he was a senior advisor in the corporate finance and structured trade finance, leading private equity firms in South Africa. So I welcome you all. Thank you. And oh, it's getting mic'd. Okay. We're going to go with Mr. Mokotsi first because he has a prior engagement. So we also thank him for making time and space for us, even though it brought him across town. But he's going to speak first. Where is he? On my left.
Right here. Just
Oh, okay, okay, okay. He's on my left, and he'll soon be in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do I have a pointer or do... No, I think a previous speaker might have put it in their pocket. Okay, in any case, while we get going, my name is Tsulu Mokotsi. I'm from the Youth Employment Service. I can go to the next slide. And the Youth Employment Service is an independent NPO, sort of. We were created out of a partnership between business and government. And the purpose of YES was to create an incentive for business to contribute to youth employment. And this happened around about 2016, when a group of about 150 CEOs met with the president and made an offer to say, what can we do to contribute to youth employment, and what can we do to encourage other businesses to employ unemployed young people? So they came up with a BE incentive, which was basically a regulation that said that if you employ young people through YES, through this Youth Employment Service, which was created for that purpose, to administer that incentive. If you employ young people through YES, you can improve your BE scorecard by 1 level or by 2 levels, depending on how you perform. And there was a formula that was given, which basically calculates the target for your organization. And let's say you apply the formula based on your net profit or based on your headcount, and it gives you a number, and the number is 50. So it means that if you employ 50 unemployed youth for a minimum of 12 months, paying them not less than minimum wage, then you can get your incentive. So it was created like that, and YES was then established to administer that incentive. And since then, well, our operation started in 2019, and since then we've had about, I guess, 1,700 odd companies that have accessed the incentive through YES, employing about 150,000 young people and paying about 8.5 billion rand in salaries. So it is by far the largest youth employment initiative in the country, and we suspect possibly on the continent. And it's all because of an incentive. Next slide. If you can just keep the slides on rather than my face. Thank you. And so what we do basically is that we work with corporates, we assist them to place young people. Next slide. We assist them to place young people, and we work across the entire economy. So, you know, most of that's just 50 that we could squeeze on the screen, but there's another 1,700 somewhere. And most of the, you know, known brands in South Africa are members of YES. Thank you. And basically, there's a formula you apply, you get your BE benefit. There's a bit of a delay. I just want to get to the main meat of it. And you get your BE benefit. But what we discovered doing this work is that, of course, it is development work, and corporates have other interests that they want to make an impact in. So some corporates come to us and they say, look, we're happy to employ young people, but we're also looking for tax benefits or looking for other benefits. So we found different ways to structure the benefits for them. We can structure the reports that we give them that show the impact of the youth that they employed in different SDGs. We can give them an SDG report. We can assist them to compile the ESG reports and that sort of thing. So there's a lot actually that we offer them, but you know, there are some corporates, they get a target, and that target is 1,000. Yes, there are corporates whose target is 1,000. And when you pay minimum wage, it's actually 60 million a year, right, of investment you have to make. Then like, okay, our target is 1,000, but we don't have 1,000 desks, we don't have 1,000, you know, we can only take in 200, but we want the incentive. So what are we going to do with the other 800? And we say to them, no, don't worry. We've got a 10-key solution for you. Just give us the money for the 800. We've got a network of partners nationally in every industry, every province. We can make sure that youth are recruited, they're employed in the sectors that you want to support, and we'll give you all the paperwork for your incentive. And at the end of the day, you get what you want, but at the same time, the youth that you have sponsored effectively to get the incentive, but now they're working for other host companies. So it means that between us and these sponsors, we can then make decisions and say, okay, where do you want these youth to work? And the sponsor will say, you know what, I really like to support education, I like to support health. And so we're like, okay, don't worry, we've got an implementation partner in health, let us place these youth to support some clinics or whatever in the rural areas or whatever it is that the sponsor wants to do. So organically, this model sort of developed to solve problems of implementing the incentive. But what it means is that there's actually now a large pool of young people, young talent that can be deployed pretty much in any industry out there. So it creates then the opportunity for us to work now with the DTIC, different business sectors, BUSA, different associations, and work with them and decide how we should deploy some of these resources that are sponsored by corporates in order to support key initiatives in different industries. So essentially, we have inadvertently also become a key player in industrial development in South Africa because we support any initiative in any industry that makes sense for that industry because it helps the industry to grow, thereby creating jobs, and an industry that makes sense for the youth. So obviously, there's been a lot of talk here about future skills, You know, I have to say that when I was listening to the previous panel, and all this really highly complex, intelligent conversation, I was thinking, we do a lot of work readiness training for youth, and I couldn't help thinking I must have missed the work readiness session for this particular session because I felt like it was far beyond me. You know, we're just sort of like more focusing on the doing part here at Yes. So one of the things that we've done in an industry that you may be interested in is tourism. So tourism, we had some sponsors, Sanlam is a Yes client, and they're like, okay, we want to support tourism, what can we do? So we created a program with Sanlam. And we're able to bring in other sponsors as well. And in the previous financial year, basically between Sanlam and about 4 or 5 other sponsors, or maybe 6 other sponsors, they sponsored 1,000 young people to go and work in different tourism jobs to support the tourism industry as free labor, right? And the key part about this and how Yes works is that it's demand-led, right? So Yes does not recruit young people and then go to employers and say, we've got these young people that we want to place in your organization. The employer recruits. Right? So we don't recruit, the employer recruits. So even in the instance where we had 1,000 youth and we go to the industry and say, we actually say to them, we've got 1,000 sponsored salaries. What kind of talent would you like to employ in your industry to do what kind of work that will unlock what, right? So in the tourism industry, we know that there are serious binding constraints of different kinds, which I don't want to get into, visas, a whole lot of stuff. There's a big demand for marketing the industry. There's a big demand to support SMEs, and some of the young people that we employed basically were deployed to do free work, free marketing work for SMEs, developing websites, developing brochures, and the like. And this is just an example of what you can do when you have a pool of talent of so-called unemployed youth, which is often seen as a problem, but is actually a major resource that can support the development of an industry. So obviously the numbers, as I mentioned, touched on a little bit, about 50% odd of the youth in our programs, just over 50% of the youth in our programs are from households that get social grants. About 65% of the youth in Yes programs have dependents. The average number of financial dependents per youth in a youth program is 2. and 100% of them were unemployed prior to getting into a YES program. And we do track, and after we track, we find that about 45% of them are employed immediately after leaving a YES program. About another 15% say they're involved in entrepreneurial activities, but I don't quote that number because it's very difficult to track how successful someone's entrepreneurial engagement is. So that's a bit of a long-term endeavor. And we have a call center in our building, so we have a very strong monitoring role. And when we were created to administer this program, one of our mandates was to monitor and track that these corporates that are getting this BE incentive, are they really employing these young people? Are they ghost workers? Are they, all of that. So we actually have a call center. We call every single one of the youth in every YES program. We've got about 1,000 programs, meaning 1,000 corporates running YES programs at any given point in time. There's about 30,000 odd YES youth in a YES program in any given point in time. We call every single one of them every single month. And we find out, are you working? Who's your supervisor? Did you get paid last month? What are the issues at work? Where youth highlight any issues, sometimes, you get health and safety. It's the whole industry. So some of these jobs, you just really have to try and manage the quality of some of these work experiences. So sometimes we hear things that need to be managed, and we do our best to engage the employer and the sponsor, and we manage those things. But on the whole, we find that because corporates know that there is this monitoring, we have very little problems with compliance, and it's generally quite smooth running for the most part in making sure that these programs run successfully. Thank you very much. I hope that was some useful information. I almost put this in my pocket. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Sino Moabalubilo. I am with Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator. I hate to be the person between yourselves and lunch, so I'm going to try and squeeze through it. Apologies in advance to the interpreters. I speak incredibly fast, so I'm going to try and be respectful as well of your craft. Please bear with me. Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator is a not-for-profit... Sorry, there's a lag. Can somebody, thank you. We're a not-for-profit social enterprise that partners with business, government, civil society to innovate solutions that will help us tackle jointly with those partners youth unemployment, with the view to driving these initiatives and these programs at scale. Our many, many years in this space in youth unemployment have resulted in some labor market insights that tell us a little bit about not only the needs, the young people that are not in employment or in education or training, but also about the barriers that they experience whilst they're trying to navigate the world of work. From a barriers and structural barriers point of view, we understand that young people, we understand that young people experience challenges in relation to high cost of data, high cost of transportation. We understand that young people do not have a linear path to navigating the world of work. They zigzag through the economy, and these opportunities are often not always permanent in nature. The skilling system does not seem to sort of respond to the needs of sometimes of young people, but also in other instances of employers. Exclusionary recruitment practices also limit the ability for young people to interact with employment on an ongoing and sustainable basis. All types of learning opportunities need to be engaged and interrogated in order for young people to be able to be included in opportunities and to have visibility and access to employment. And we consider everything across government, across the private sector, and we are considering opportunities in what we call make your own money, that I'll talk about in a little bit. And then lastly, we think about what it looks like for the informal economy to be a potential high growth engine for young people. We produce what we call a Breaking Barriers report once a quarter. And as a result of this, we've realized that young people cannot wait for the economy that they want. we need to help them to work in the economy that we have. And so this means that alongside a lot of our critical partners, we need to push and pull levers to enable this. Our first lever that we prioritize is the improvement of access to the jobs of today, so prioritizing inclusive hiring and enabling equitable access to these opportunities. The second lever being the enablement of short-term work interventions or experiences with the view to having more effective and availability of this access to these opportunities for young people. And then the third lever being making opportunities available and visibly accessible, improving these transitions and these zigzags that I mentioned through what we call a National Pathway Manager. Next slide. In 2020, the President announced that a Presidential Youth Employment Initiative that is underpinned or underscored by the National Pathway Management Network, which is a system or, it's a system that we power, that we call SA Youth, and this is a powerful aggregating tool that enables us to aggregate the demand across the economy for these young people to be able to pathway into. Some of the pillars relate to understanding demand and understanding demand-led skilling interventions that could be prioritized for scale. The second being ecosystem or local system enablement, and the last one being the revitalization of the National Youth Service and enabling those public employment programs to play a pivotal role in creating opportunities of first entry into the workplace. Our strategic focuses relate to us powering the platform and enabling visibility to these 4.5 million young people that are currently sitting on platform today. We prioritize our interventions in line with the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, and so we have selected key priority growth sectors. Agriculture is one of those, and you'll see them in subsequent slides, so that we can understand what net new employment creation or opportunity creation looks like in these high growth priority sectors. We prioritize and will continue to do so prioritizing inclusive hiring, so creating opportunities for young people that would ordinarily not necessarily have opportunities into employment. And then lastly, aligning all of our interventions with the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. As I mentioned, we power a platform called sayouth.mobi, which is a free-to-use portal, free for the young person, but also free for the employer in most regards. So we do not charge employers for recruiting for young people or young talent on this platform. All we ask from employers is that they report their outcomes so that we can get a heat map and so that we're also able to track the scale of interventions in particular sectors, which helps us inform how we pivot our priorities. This data-free access that we have negotiated and that we cover by and large as well, for young people to have one central place for them to interact with employers and the opportunities that these employers make visible on this platform, and we call this our aggregation. So we aggregate these opportunities and this demand that is in the full economy. I won't belabor the point. I'd like to move to the next slide, which is a very short video on what SA Youth is.
SA Youth is a national pathway management network launched by the President that brings government, business and social partners together to inclusively connect young work seekers to jobs and skilling opportunities. SA Youth has a zero-rated Mobi site where young people can access earning opportunities and the skills they need to help get them there. Youth organizations can measure their impact by uploading their networks of young people to SA Youth and tracking their journeys. For employers with job vacancies or partners with skilling opportunities, our portal is the place to attract and recruit talent for these opportunities. The SA Youth platform transforms the work-seeking experience for young South Africans, from complicated and costly to free and accessible. And for our partners, recruitment becomes a breeze. It's simple. Upload as many vacancies onto the SA Youth Partner Network as you want. Based on your criteria, our system creates an opportunity card that becomes visible when young people search for opportunities. Once applications are in, manage your list of applicants using their profile information, answers to your customized questions, or their voice notes to select prospective interviewees.
My daughter inspires me and keeps me motivated. She's 2 years old now and is my reason for hustling every day.
And then, Once you've selected your new hires, just update their records to confirm who has been hired. Keeping us updated is essential, which means that the whole process remains free for both employers and young people and helps improve our job matching to find the best talent for you. The partner network is entirely self-service, which means you manage your own recruitment supported by our dedicated team if you need any help. So join SA Youth's Partner Network today and be part of the solution, because together we can solve youth unemployment in South Africa.
Thank you so much. So we take a demand-led approach and we consider ourselves ecosystem facilitators. Understanding that there will not always be opportunities within the current constrained economy, we look to priority growth areas that have potential for high demand, and we try and solve for or bring along partners that will assist us in solving for the barriers to entry into those sectors. We've developed a model to grow the sectors inclusively. On the far end, it's around identifying a zone of opportunity, convening the key stakeholders to understand the sector, to understand the barriers faced by sector and the inhibitors to growth. We assemble sector-specific and credible teams to help us drive the delivery and drive growth. We develop and establish sector intermediaries where necessary so that we can be a credible partner and a credible intermediary interface. And lastly, we execute, we iterate, and we build momentum on the solutions that we put in place. We take a full economy view, as I've mentioned, to opportunity development. On the one hand, we're sure about securing opportunities and jobs from within the existing economy, from both the private sector and the public sector. We then unlock latent demand and net new opportunities through sector plans, orchestration in identified priority growth areas, and in some of the sunrise sectors. We are currently in a program, or in a large-scale program, to target the top employers in the countries, and we understand their demand needs from a short, medium, and long-term point of view. We are collaborating with YES and trying to strengthen our relationship in that regard. We have a partnership and are mobilizing additional private sector support to chip away at this mammoth task and this mammoth challenge of youth unemployment alongside Business Unity South Africa and Business Leadership South Africa. I'll move on, thank you. An example of how we utilize that model that was displayed in the subsequent slide was that we currently have a partnership with an intermediary we call Business Processing Enablers of South Africa. They are a digital and global business servicing outsourcing industry body. Through this intervention, we've created just over 89,000 jobs since 2019, and we've influenced about 508 million of these, we've onshored 508 million rand in investments. We demonstrate through a pilot that we ran with the Collective X, which is now the Collective X, and we've incubated a digital work accelerator program that trains young people and provides work integrated learning opportunities for them, and then pathways them into permanent opportunities with a base salary of around 35,000 rand as an entry-level salary. In that model, they utilize, in the work integrated learning program, they are actually solving client solution challenges, I beg your pardon, and working on actual client work lifetime with the support of mentors and a full team of support in our offices across the country. Another example is work we're doing to interrogate opportunities for last mile delivery, and in collaboration with a partner we call Green Riders, where 1,388 young people have gone through training and we're facilitating access to e-bikes so that they can then provide opportunities for themselves to earn through Uber, Mr. Delivery, and the likes. Can we skip this one? I'd really rather go into one that's a tangible example for this group. Very anecdotally, we have recently started focusing on what we're calling a make your own money strategy. We realized through focus group engagements with young people that being an entrepreneur wasn't necessarily something that always landed with them. It wasn't something that they could resonate with and that they felt they were. We also then tested hustling as a concept, and it often sometimes has negative connotations. But when the focus groups were engaged around, do they understand the notion of making their own money? Are they making their own money in their communities? Are they offering services like braiding hair? Are they watching their family's children for a fee? Young people resonated with the concept of making their own money, and so that's stuck with us as a business. But it's by and large opportunities for earning for young people where they are, and not trying to force a massive migration into metropolitans where there is no demand in some cases. This strategy is underpinned by 4 levers. I think of significant importance is the lever to unlock SMME demand and self-employment through these partnerships, and Green Riders is an example of that. And then lastly, refining policy instruments to enable an ease of doing business for these enterprises. I've talked about the joint business campaign with Business Leadership and Business Unity South Africa. I'll skip over this. I would like for us to chat about that a little bit later. Thank you, if we could play the video.
My name is Richard, and I'm the Operations Manager for Time Out Market Cape Town at the V&A Waterfront. Being in the hospitality industry my entire life, I've seen firsthand the challenges that our unemployed young people face when it comes to this industry. The industry is quite challenging in that it needs you to be vibrant, it needs you to be able to interact with customers, and the behavior and the soft skills is very much lacking when it comes to our unemployed youth who have never worked in this industry before. For this reason, we decided to join up with the V&A Academy because we believe in growing our young people so that they could have a better future. The things that they predominantly lacked was confidence and the behavior as well as the body language when it came to this industry, which is very demanding at times.
Good day everyone, my name is Lupolo, my surname is Ndonu, I stay in Khayelitsha. I was one of the people that were in the work readiness program. I found the opportunity on the social media platforms. It was sayouth.mob. It really helped me a lot. Even the trainers that were training us, making sure that we are aware of the hospitality business, they helped us, and they even made sure that we understand each and every step of the way. I really struggled before finding out about the opportunity because I was not working, so I didn't have money of going around planning my interviews. So the opportunity helped me a lot. Even in SA Youth, there are thousands of opportunities there. I advise many people, youth, to go there and try to find many opportunities. I think also having Mr. Richard in the program really helped us a lot because we were familiar with who we're gonna work with. He even told us about the industry, people that are expected, the pressure. So it was really, really helpful. Even the people that were training us, they told us each and every day that we must be able to adapt to the challenges and the system that we will be working on. So I will advise also the companies, the private sectors, the public also, that they must also check up on the students that are coming from school because not all of them they have the opportunity to go to colleges and university. So just like me, I didn't go to college, I didn't go to university. I started applying as a junior, as a barback here in Time Out Market, but then because of hard work, I managed to get a promotion and be a junior storeman. So it was really, really helpful. I would like many people to join the program and make sure that they attend and do whatever it takes to be on the position whereby they want to be. Because if ever you can push hard, anything can happen. Everything is possible.
So as a closing remark, I think I'd like for us to offer our thought partnership. We would love to understand what it would take for us to collaborate in a meaningful way with the sector and sectors. We'd love to engage with intermediaries. We'd love to get a sense for where there are opportunities for scale, but there are barriers you think we could try and help to unblock. We would like to see how close the gap interventions that would help in integrating young people into workplaces could be designed alongside sector and the CETA. And we'd really like to figure out how to ensure a scalable, impactful vision that will be of service and benefit for not only the young people, but for the sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Xavier from the Jobs Fund. I'm going to briefly talk to you about what is the Jobs Fund so that I can put in context in terms of how the issue of, we look at the issue of the demand-led when we look at training aspects. So with the Jobs Fund, so the Jobs Fund is part of National Treasury. It was launched in 2011 and capitalized for 9 billion rand. So how does the Jobs Fund work? The Jobs Fund, we only assess applications when there is a specific funding window open, and when you open that funding window, there is a specific theme that will be addressing. For example, in one of funding round number 5, we did agriculture. One of the funding round was innovation. Our latest funding round was future-proofing of jobs. So the key thing to note when we talk about the Jobs Fund is because we are obviously just an organization or a department within the National Treasury, we don't have the capacity to reach to every other sort of potential applicant or beneficiary. So when we open a funding round, we have what we call an eligibility criteria where applicants apply. And one of the key criteria that we've used from the start of the fund is when we get applications for training, we have if your training is not linked to a placement, it's immediately deemed ineligible. So we clearly say we do not fund training for the sake of training. There must be a clear path from your initiative that you want the Jobs Fund to assist you, and the path the young people or whoever the beneficiaries are going to work, and who are going to be their placement partners. We go to the extent to say, demonstrate to us you have engaged these partners. In some cases, some partners are even able to give like firm commitments upfront. But some, obviously, they might not give firm commitments, but there is key trackers, key markers that show that indeed this program is not just a training for the sake of training. So I just thought I put that in context. I think it was also mentioned that the Jobs Fund looks at how do we co-share in terms of risk sharing. So when we have a funding round, we have what is called match funding. So we are saying to applicants, and applicants are organizations, be it companies, other government departments, NGOs, the only exclusion is we don't take applications from individuals, but we take from organizations. So we are saying, as an organization, you have identified an employment creating opportunity, but you are saying there is a funding gap. I need assistance from the government. I need assistance from National Treasury. I need assistance from the Jobs Fund, who is eventually the implementing of that. We then say, if you're a private entity, if you want 1 rand from the Jobs Fund, you must also put at least 1 rand. So you are saying, okay, this is going to cost me 20 million to do this job project, job training project, but I only have 10 million. Jobs Fund, can you assist with the 10 million? Then that is assessed. If it's an NGO and NPC, we've been varying in some years. We started it being for every 1 rand you need from the Jobs Fund, you put 50 cents. Then we upped it to 1:1. Then after COVID, when you ran a funding round after COVID, given obviously the impact, we reduced it to for every 1 rand you put in 50 cents. So this is very important to note how the fund operates, because when the Jobs Fund was established by the government, it is not a mass employment initiative. Rather, it is one of the initiatives by government to say, let's experiment, let's do R&D, let's identify those project models that can be scaled, that can be replicated. Jobs Fund, go and work with various partners. Okay. Now I need to see which one is for the next slide. I must point that side. Okay. Okay. Now let me just go back to the previous slide a bit. Okay. So, like I did indicate, we work with intermediaries. And once we get the information from these projects, we do evaluation, and we then share the information with the various stakeholders. I am going to show you at the end that we actually have a webinar coming next week, which is actually showcasing what is our experience in the what you call support for work seekers, impact sourcing in terms of the selection of the youth. Okay. Now again, let me see if I can. Okay. There was a discussion in terms of the theory of change. I'm not going to cover much, say that in detail, but basically from the Jobs Fund's theory of change is we are saying we need to identify those actions where we can create jobs and where we can reduce mismatch of skills and job demand, with the end result of wanting to create sustainable job creation models. And these models must be replicable and must be scaled up. And we do this by way of 4 funding rounds. We have what we call institutional capacity building. And in this case, that's where we are working with institutions, where we are saying, actually, if we do capacitate this organization, they will do more. For example, right now, we are working with a project in Western Cape. They deal with farmers from the, basically from emerging farmers who need support. And when they came to us was basically to say, you know what, we only have so many people, but we need to reach and so much resources. We need to reach so many people. Can you capacitate? And we do capacitate. So then do the reach out. My colleague from Harambee did mention this. We now know what Harambee, they are rich. Harambee was one of the first few projects to be funded by the Jobs Fund. But we can now see how the ecosystem is benefiting, the impact they are having, like say on the presidential youth. So you can just see the impact, say, look, when it started, it was a Jobs Fund working with Harambee on a particular initiative. But in all those aspects, then the model grew and so forth. So the ecosystem is benefiting. So that's basically what we are looking at. So that's what we talk about intervention that will be scaled up and can be replicated. I talk of a challenge fund principles. I will not repeat here, but just to note that when we talk of challenge fund, we're basically saying when we receive applications compete amongst themselves. So we always get challenges when we send letters of decline for an application. Someone says, no, but it was a very good project. We always say, sir or ma'am, we are not saying your application is a bad application. We are simply saying it did not compete adequately with other projects. And when we say so, we are always very clear in our term sheet. We outline on what to look at as the impact assessment criteria. So we read those projects and assess whether you are competitive or not. Okay? I've already covered the issue of the funding rounds. We are talking about institutional capacity building. Then we have what we call enterprise development. Okay? So the enterprise development, here we are funding the demand side of labor, where organizations again are saying, I need so much to grow. We then assist those organizations. Then we also have what we call infrastructure development. Again, this is mainly light infrastructure where it's about, if we do these activities, it will unlock demand for labor. Then we have lastly what we call support for work seekers, which is on the supply side of labor. How do we ensure that we address the mismatch of skills, the shortage of skills, and so forth? And this is where the issue of demand-led comes in. I'll not go into the detail about the projects, what we have funded the Jobs Fund, except to say so far we have funded about 182 projects. I'll move on to the next slide in the interest of time. Oh, I must point this slide, by the way. Okay, right. So when we say support for work seekers, like I did indicate, this is where we talk about the supply side of labor. Okay. So what has been the Jobs Fund experience or learnings from the project that we have funded so far? And this is looking specifically our strategy. So our strategy obviously focuses on issues of supply and demand mismatch and their inefficiencies. Again, I did indicate we do partner with intermediaries. And what we look for in those intermediaries, we look for intermediaries who have innovative approaches to addressing unemployment challenges. And when we look at these intermediaries, when we do the assessment, because the intermediary basically in this case is the applicant, is the entity that is going to apply to the Jobs Fund, okay? So we call them an intermediary because they are the ones who are going to actually implement the project. So we assess their depth, the depth of their knowledge in terms of what are the constraints in the supply of labor. Do they have an appreciation of the demand side of the jobs? What are their innovative ways of addressing the jobs? And are they in a position to catalyze change? Okay? And here we're looking at various train and place models. And the key thing that we've seen from project that has been successful, and it has been covered by my colleagues also earlier on today, the issue of as an intermediary, what is your sector focus? What are going to be your bridging methodologies? Your selection criteria is very important. So one of the things that we always do when applicants apply is tell us what is your selection criteria. Where is your impact sourcing? And we always get applications, no, we're going to go to the disadvantaged communities and all those things. So what we do is, once an applicant says that, we do contract that in a grant agreement to say, you told us you're going to get candidates from this place and so forth. I do remember 2 weeks ago, we went for a site visit on a project. Then I said to the project, okay, so when you were approved, you said you're going to recruit candidates from Orange Farm, from Deep Sloot, and so on and so forth. From your current list, please show us that evidence that these candidates are from Orange Farm. Then they said, you actually follow up on that. Then I said, okay, go to section 6 of your grant agreement. It tells you that you are going to select candidates from this because that's what you told us. That's the impact sourcing. You didn't say you are going to get anyone from Centon and so forth. You said from Orange Farm. Maybe that was an attraction, so we do contract it. So when we do contract those, we then obviously follow up in terms of assessing. So projects every quarter, they must report that we gave them so much grant funding. This is what they use. We check, did they use it for what they were supposed? These are the jobs created, the training created. Did they do so? We also then obviously do what we call site visit. And this is where we are now assessing, beyond the numbers, what is the impact? I want to share with the colleagues one encounter I had with a lady by the name Lerato. After she was narrating a story, I felt my tears coming down, and they did. So she comes from Orange Farm, and she's being trained in Midrand. So we were asking about, so their training program is, I think it's about 2-3 months, so 2-3 weeks or so. It's initially called training, then they go into what they call on the job. So during that period, they are given what is called the transport allowance. Okay, I think it was mentioned that is one of the major challenges for youth. So the transport allowance is 3,000 per month. So she said, no, I get 3,000. We asked, okay, so how much do you pay to and fro, and how much do you spend a month? She said, I end up paying 2,400 in transport. Then my colleague said, hey, but that is 80% of your stipend. and this is where it touched me. She said, "Sir, before this, I was getting 350 rands. I had no future. There was nothing, there was no hope for me. I was only getting 350 rands per month. I am in this program. Yes, I'm being given 3,000, but I'm not here for the 3,000. So it is not about how much I'm spending of that 3,000. It is about what this 3,000 is going to take me. This 3,000 is taking me to places I never thought of." And she's doing something on cloud computing, cyber, whatever, and so forth. You know, when she said, "Boss," I thought she was going to say, "Actually, yeah, this stipend is very little. They must give us more." She said, "No, it is not about that. It is what it is taking me to." She said from where she comes from, she has been marked 3 times so far, coming or going for the training. And what she said, on the first day when I was marked, when I came to training, it was a normal day. They said, "Okay, normal, but not normal." But what I mean is, that's what she explained. What I mean is, I took that as an obstacle, but I know where I'm achieving. And this fund is taking me there. And my only hope is this fund is going to continue to provide other youth who don't have this opportunity. That was a touching story that you don't get from a reported in job number, but when you do assess the impact. So I just thought I'd just share that because to me it was really, okay, I can see the sign to say, okay, I need to be moving with the speed a bit. I'm sure there's members are going to have access to the presentations. So in this slide here, we sort of outline what we have seen to be the key success in terms of the support for work seeker project, and the key thing being issue of demand-led and so forth. I, however, want to just demonstrate the impact when you talk about, sorry, I'll just go back to this. This will be almost like it was about 3 slides to go now. Okay, just to look at some of the projects in terms of how we've used the issue of the demand and the intervention. I'll focus on basically 4 projects. That's to look at the demand. Remember, I did indicate it is not a mass employment initiative. I'll start with the project that we're seeing, the informal enterprise development. This is a project we worked with a company called the A2Pay, and they're working with spaza shops. And one of their main driver is to ensure that there's an aggregation of in terms of what they buy. So with this project, they've managed to support 10,000 spazas. We all know the township economy is a multi-billion industry, multi-billion rand industry. And 10,000 spazas have been supported, and they've created about 13,000 jobs. Then the other project that I need to talk about, which again, remember I said the Jobs Fund is meant to experiment and to identify schemes. There's always been an issue of outcome-based, how does it work? We partnered with the one project on a project called the Green Outcomes Fund. And in there, we gave them a grant of 83 million. And the issue was to the projects, work with your partners. We will only pay once you have created a job and you have evidenced it, and you pay X rands per job. So go and create the job and come and give us the evidence that you've created the job. So it's no longer now we are funding you, now the risk is, oh no, the money was, after funding, then the jobs are not created, and then there was this issue. We say, take the risk, go and create the jobs, and we will fund you. And based on that, you can see from there, out of the 83 million, we managed to secure 405 million being brought in by the partners because they were happy. Then another project which is very, very important from terms of impact was where we worked with the deciduous fruit industry to create an evergreen fund for 600 million. Evergreen means it is there. And its main purpose is to ensure that it supports emerging farmers in the deciduous industry in terms of the transformation and so forth. So far, 25 emerging farmers have been supported. And we're looking at, and we're not measuring the impact of that, the change that is happening in the industry in terms of ensuring that we also bring in people with the previous disadvantage. Then the last project, which was very, very important, is what we worked with the company called Ashburton. And I think you might see there something that looks like taxis. Yes, indeed, it funded some taxis, that project also. So this project, basically what they had was, we are struggling to get funders to give us funds to support SMEs. But we have a very good model, so we need a guarantee. So we gave them a 175 million guarantee. And with that guarantee, they managed to unlock 1.4 billion rands, which they then put into the industry. And when you look at the impact there of 116,000 jobs, those are direct. There are various other jobs that were created there. So what is our key takeaway then as I conclude? Okay? Sorry. Okay? So the key takeaway there is the issue of transitioning is very important. We need to start focus on demand-led intervention, where placements are secured prior to recruitment and to training. If obviously it cannot be secured, there must be adequate demonstration that there is a clear path to training. We need to move away from training for the sake of training. We need to begin to look at more holistic support. There are so many issues where the youth are facing some deprivation, and we must address those. This includes psychosocial support, mentoring, in addition to the technical training. And also, we need to look at the issue of impact sourcing. What are we doing differently? Okay? I'll skip the conclusion. I'll go to the last part. As I did indicate, at the Jobs Fund, we are an organ of the National Treasury for the department to ensure that we identify those options. And we then do share. So I've been, obviously, this was a very short, we have a session that is coming on the 10th of September, which I'm inviting all of you to join. It's a webinar. It's on MS Teams. You can join on our website, you can go to our website and register. It is called Impact Sourcing, that's the title, Impact Sourcing, Empowering Our Youth to Transition. And we say this event will showcase how effectively to link the work seekers to the formal sector, and this is based on our projects. And please register. I only had about 10-15 minutes. We have 1.5 hours specifically to talk about what I covered in about 15 minutes here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to our panelists. Thank you for heeding the call for brevity. Thank you to all of you for your patience, because I took away tea time and lunch is already late. So we're going to do away with questions and answers. I hope that you can go and engage them during lunchtime. At this point, let's conclude this panel by, again, I'm even afraid to ask you to give a Cathsseta applause because everyone's tired. But please, can we just try one more time? And can we have one of the executive managers from Cathsseta? Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your input. We're just going to do gifts and pictures. Okay, it's foodie time. So can I ask, so guys, we really gearing for the end. There's an exciting event after lunch, and then we're really looking to consolidate because a lot has been said. We also understand your brains are tired, that you're not going to retain lots of this. There's going to be a final report, but we just need a few steps before we get to the end. I'm going to let you go for lunch. Can somebody share with me what the time is, please? It's 10 to 2. Can I ask you guys to please be back? At 2:15, please. Okay, the chair has agreed. The chair is in agreement. The chair said, okay, there you go. Quick sticks to eat and to come back. Thank you, thank you. When we designed the program, we also forgot that some people need to get on aeroplanes. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy lunch. Guys, I'm so sorry. That's fine. stretch. We're really trying to consolidate the next hour. We've done some cuttings, we've done some additions. But we're hoping that by 3:30, all of this is done. So my appeal to people who are coming up, that we've plugged you onto the program, please, please, please keep to the time constraints. Okay, so a new thing that we added, one of the innovations, because it's an important development for integrated institutional delivery of CETA's programs. I'm not going to tell you about it. I'm going to invite the chairperson, Mr. Themba Ndlovu. Let's give him a Cathsseta round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The year was 2020. We met the minister for the first time as the new accounting authorities with Mr. Thobela, and the minister in June, I think it was June the 3rd, gave 3 injunctions. One of the injunctions was that we must have a way of working together through shared services. One of the main issues that came out of that shared services angle was one that is resolving the problems that are for this sector, which is to say this sector is not able to control sufficiently the learners, who they are, where they are, how many learnerships they have enrolled in, and who is coming and double dipping, triple dipping, and all of that, as well as the management of our system. You know, the ERP has problems. We inherited it. We are calling on the chairperson of the MICT to tell us how that problem is going to be resolved now. We had you in your AGMs. You kept complaining about this. MICT chairperson Thobela and team are going to help us through this crisis. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The name is Simpiwe Thobela, the chairperson of the board of MICT, and there's time constraints, so we will be sensitive to that. Let me first introduce the team that I'm with, because we thought we were going to be given half the day to present this. So Loiso Kieha, seated right at the extreme on my left, is the board member and EXCO member, and also chairing the ICT steering committee that's responsible for driving this integrated learner management system. Next to him is the CEO, Mr. Madume Madivana. And then there is the CIO, who's going to be coming just immediately after me, Mr. Moloti Nkune, seated at the front. And there is TUT that we are working with, Professor Pius. I'm not sure where he's seated with Mark. They are very responsible. They are the partners that we're working with. Without stretching it, the chair, Mr. Ndlovu, thanks for the invite. And I will not sketch the history from 2020 as we have already started doing so. Let me not repeat that. But we then went on as the MICT CETA to ask ourselves questions. How do we respond to this question? And our conclusion to that was that, amongst other things that we will not do, is to go for the off-the-shelf solutions, which are costly, that's one. Two, that are having serious problems. Many CETAs will tell you today they're having problems with accessing their own data when contracts end with these software companies. You have problems with your data. Some are even going to courts to try and access their own data. So one of the critical things was, how do we control and own our data, and how do we have a system that responds directly to the unique situation that the CETAs are faced with. Linked to that was that with the injunction of providing a shared services for the CETA space, we then said the integrated learner management system will be the backbone through which that the integrated the shared services model will be built around the ILMS. That ILMS at this stage, Mr. Nkune is going to deal with the technicalities of it. I can safely tell you that now most of the modules are done. I think we left with 1.5 module to be finished. SSP was the first up. ATQA is also up and running. And LPD is up and running, finance is up and running, and I think you'll get into those technicalities. From last year already, we started, and our approach was that let's phase in the system. The one module that is ready, let's get on with it. Let me tell you now, the response that we've received from our stakeholders and training providers that have been using our system has been very positive. It has lessened the turnaround times. It has helped them to see the processes and be transparent, including finances. And maybe I need to talk about the finances a little bit, that when a service provider today at Cathsseta files an invoice, they are able to view the progress of their invoice. So I'm unable to go to the service provider and go and say to the service provider, can we talk? Because they can see the process where it is stalling, and it can escalate to the next level to facilitate the efficiencies. And this is important because you'll remember National Treasury has just decided that they're going to monitor the payment of service providers within the 30 days, and you'll be penalized if that doesn't happen. So it becomes important. And I think with that, I've taken 5 minutes of just a high level introducing the system, and Mr. Nkune could be walking up to do the presentation. But as you walk up, I must also confirm one thing. We adopted what is called triple helix model, where you have the industry, government, and academia participating. This is why we have the TUT working on this with us, and the industry also has contributed to the product that we have. So this is a good work that we have seen of the three different sectors: government, academia, and business. We have a mantra as we start. I've developed a mantra, and that mantra is, we are building a country. We are building a country here. So what we're doing is not just for us, but it's even for those who are coming behind us or after us. Mr. Nkune.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Chair, other chairs, CEOs, colleagues, and stakeholders. I'm just going to check whether this works, because I have 100 slides and I'm going to be saying next. No, kidding, it can't be 100. I'll focus on the key issues of interest by our stakeholders. If you can just take me through to the triple helix module slide, please. Okay, the previous one. Yeah, thanks very much. I think Chair somehow introduced this module here, which was adopted. If you look at Chapter 9 of the National Development Plan, says education, improving education, training, and innovation. And the board says we need to challenge ourselves and be able to bring new kind of research and innovation. Instead of just getting research as a paper, we need to have a product. So we have partnered with TUT and other researchers such as DUT, and DUT is on the part of where we are going to be having a data lake so that we can process the big data, we can process the analytics, and so that we can be able to, earlier on from the work streams, there was an indication that data is going to be very important for us to be able to take decisions that are very much informed. So that comes at that stage, but to mine the data is at the level where the ILMS was developed with TUT. And going forward, we are going to now start to be enrolling the SETAs. I was just indicating earlier on, and through the roadmap that we are adopting, that we are going to actually approach it in a phased approach of a module. Instead of one SETA at a time, that will take longer. We will approach it that module at a time, meaning there will be a WSP module adopted. Then once we finalize that module, we move to the module on the discretionary grants, we move to ETQA module, and those parties that will be forming part of that will be having the systems working. I will show you the architecture in a bit. If we are to roll to the next slide, please. This is the slide where it shows the different projects we are running with different research chairs. Instead of working through private sector, having systems adopted, after some time contract ends, we then fight over the data. We are developing the systems. These are the intellectual property of government, not that of another company that will then frustrate us at the end of the process. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next. We'll be on the architecture. Yes. So with this, you would see the top left that is the system for Cathsseta as it stands. We then want to create instances of the system for the other SETA so that we are able to deal with the issues of addressing the CATS issue that we always get to have challenges with the AG. Integration with Home Affairs as well as part of that process. Then there will be other systems that we are developing, the GIS, the data lake that I spoke about earlier on. Then there is the e-learning. E-learning is where the kind of information from our learners gets to be processed through the system. Career Hub, making sure that, as we know, currently government, private sector, when they are looking for internships, they have to go and source these people. So we want to be able to have a database of our graduates or the undergraduates, and even database of those beneficiaries of the SETAs that are here, so that we can be able to use it with recruitment agencies to recruit our learners. And that we're planning to also, as part of the process, have partnership with our providers to somehow zero rate this to create a better experience. Chair, in the meantime, we are saying that those that would be having data that is sitting elsewhere will provide a transitional database to bring that data here while we are building the system for all the other parties. Next slide, please. As Cathsseta, we've already ran 3 WSP windows, top left, successfully. So we currently, for the 2024-25 financial year, we are even going to be processing our grants and levies through the system. One of the bigger challenges that systems of the SETAs fail is with regards to this particular element of processing the grants and levies through the system. And we have managed to succeed in terms of that. We also processed 2 DG windows successfully through the system, even the special ones that we call the takeover process. ETQA equally so, that's the module that integrates with the QCTO. Currently having the new occupational qualifications, the new processes of the QCTO already developed through the system. And we have started the conversation with the QCTO to develop the whole module for them, as we are also working with the Department of Higher Education and Training as part of the whole HETMIS approach. Now, where we are seated, we are at that middle block, and now currently finalizing the functionality of the system within the Cathsseta to then enable us from September. We are saying the effort is to ensure that we are preparing all the other SETAs, including Cathsseta. Cathsseta, by the way, has written to us to want to use the system. So we are going to be preparing the module and customizing the already developed system for Cathsseta, so that when the process of submission of WSPs commences, I'm not so sure when it starts. I know it must close on the 30th of April next year. That will be processed through the system. And that conversation, I had a session with the heads of ICTs from different SETAs earlier on to discuss this process. Then what will then be followed once we conclude with that? We focus on the learning programs for the DG, then we focus on ETQA and the other modules to then get to finalize and adopt the system. Chair, the next part is now showing, and I hope that we read it there, the next slide. It shows the system what is able to do, and if you can allow the video through the presentation, please.
It is quite a complex system. Welcome to the presentation on Cathsseta's new learner management system. It is quite a complex system, so we have broken it down into these 6 key points. We will begin by looking at the live dashboard, where we can see in real time how the LOI submissions are going. Point number 2 takes us in more detail in those submissions. Point number 3, we look at double dipping and how we deal with that internally. Point number 4, we have a look at the digital certificates that we have introduced. Point number 5, we look at how we verify the assessors and moderators now. And finally, point number 6, we have a look at management reporting. Alright, let's look at what the dashboards look like. So once we sign in to the system, we can select from a number of roles. So remember, each account can have multiple roles on the system. And for the purposes of our demonstration today, we'll be using the LPD admin role to view their dashboard. So from here you can see that there are a total of 1,564 LOIs, and of those 1,350 have been submitted, 214 are in progress, 0 are approved, and 0 have been rejected. So these values, of course, all update in real time, and you can actually click on this and it will take you to view those LOIs. And from this view you can also see what the submissions themselves look like. So you can see the company details, when they started, what date they submitted on, what the current status is, what their progress percentage is nice, and so on. The nice part about this is that during the submission progress, if you notice that certain companies are getting stuck at a certain point, you can actually then contact them and assist them with their submissions. From here you can also view the submission audit trails. So let's choose this one over here. And this is an audit trail that keeps track of any change that's happened to the submission. So throughout the lifetime of the submission, anytime an action is taken, that is tracked for auditing purposes. Alright, let's have a look at how we deal with double dipping internally. So for this, we're going to be using the external role of Learning Program Facilitator. Once we are signed in there, we can see our dashboard, and on the left hand side we have the Learning Programs menu. If we select the current active window, we can see the company details and the learning programs that are associated with them. If we then go deeper into the view, we can see the specific learning programs. In this case we have a learnership. We can see the duration, the learners. We can see there are 2 allocated learners and 1 has been added. And there's a grant amount. We have the status of started, and under actions we can view the learners. And here we have a learner by the name of Tim, and this is his ID number, so I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to try to add the same learner to another learning program. So I'm going to go in here, actions, learners again, and then there's a blue button here for add new learner. So I'm going to click that, paste in the ID, hit Search Learner, and you'll see that it automatically populates all the fields that it retrieved from the ID number. And then we're going to try to enter the dates, date entered, and the date the program started. And I'm going to say Add Learner. And now we get a message saying that the learner is currently enrolled in another learning program. So it prevents us essentially from adding the same learner to another learning program, thereby preventing double dipping. So currently this of course only works internally with Cathsseta, but once we roll out the shared services model, this will ideally be in place across all the CETAs. Next up, we will be looking at the ETQA admin role, and this is to see how the certification process has changed. So from their dashboard, we can click on learning programs, and we can look at funded programs or non-funded, and we can then look at
No, thanks very much. I should think that gives the gist of the system. If some of the stakeholders, I think some of the stakeholders here may have seen the system through Cathsseta, and we continue to receive inputs. Where we receive inputs, we enhance the system, by the way. The process going forward is to customize the system for Cathsseta, looking at that different stages that we have, Cathsseta and the other parties that have shown interest. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sirs. To the Cathsseta, can they have another round of applause? And a bigger round of applause that they kept to their time limit. Thank you. Now it's one of those, it's going to be a quick surprise, but it's a surprise. It's a big development. It's a big way forward. And to explain it, I'm going to call upon Professor Wayne Hugo. Where are you, sir? There you go.
So this is very much in the same line as what's just gone down. So what we've seen is our CETAs coming together and starting to work in an integrated way. Not that they're not keeping their silos. You're in a sector for a reason. If you're in the sector, there's something to do in the sector. When you break a silo, you don't destroy the silo. The silo stays, but you look for ways to cross where you can and work across the silos. So that was amazing to see. And this is exactly the same thing, but in a different way. So when DDG Zungu was talking about the fact that within the Department of Higher Education and Training, it's kind of like weirdly split. You've got the skills side on the one side, and you've got the TVET side on the other side. We've got a situation where we've got the kind of skills sector through the CETA, and on the other side, we've got the TVET colleges. Now, they're absolutely key that they work together. It's not that they're the same, but what we're trying to do today is get a declaration of intent to say that we are going to start to work together in terms of our research. We're going to start to try and make sure that although we're separate, we are going to come together in a way where we can start to share our knowledge, share our insights, share our expertise, and start to talk as a bigger body towards all the things that are facing us. And I'm not going to spend long on it because I'm excited about it, but just to say this is the Weaver story which I saw happening between the CETAs. I heard the Weaver connecting links between the CETAs. And every single presentation I've seen, it's been guys coming in from government, from industry, from working across the terrain, stitching in things here. So this is just one more symbolic declaration that we are going to get this country working together with the new energies we have. And to do that, we have a memorandum of understanding. And as I say, it's a declaration of intent. It's just a declaration for two organizations to just start to work together in terms of research. And that would be all the TVET colleges in this country and the capacity that they bring. And that's symbolized by our president of SACPO. And then on the other side, the CETA space, and especially the Cathsseta space. In this instance, symbolized by our chairman or our chairperson. So what I would like to do is very simply, in a symbolic way, ask them to come up to signify the signing of the MOU as a declaration of intent that we're going to start to work together and get us going. So please, Prof. Putsisi. Please join me.
You want us to do it there or do it here?
We do it either.
Maybe let's do it here. Wait a second. Must I come this side? So do I start signing first?
Yeah. Do you want to read the... So I'll read whilst they're signing, just to simply say, Memorandum of Understanding between Cathsseta and the South African, well, SACPO Research Desk. And it's a symbolic signing of us coming together to do research. Yeah, you keep it. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, that's a big development. It's breaking down of silos that can be broken down. It's building social currency. It's creating momentum. It's really collaborating and going back to the points that were made during the 2 days of we need evidence-based decision-making. We need to be held accountable. We need to build sustainability. We need to know what the best practice models are. We need to keep it developmental, and we need to share experiences. So this is a great big development for the TVET and the CETAs. So well done. Okay. We're still thundering ahead to try and get you finished in the next 20 minutes. My job now is to just quickly. So I'm now taking an executive decision as the program director that I'm just going to do high-level outcomes. So in other words, what are we telling Cathsseta to do? I think in terms of their objectives of presenting the HIPs to us for buy-in, for enhancement, for pulling it apart, for co-creating, in terms of helping them for a coordinated approach for the Cathsseta development, the HIPS development and the implementation, in terms of giving them input around efficient and integrated collaboration within the sectors, and in terms of some of the imperatives around institutional arrangements. I think we've met those objectives. I think the other reason why this is important that justice happened is Cathsseta is showing us they're not just talking the talk. This is a big step in terms of them walking the walk. And so I hope that is encouraging for us, because I think, the CEO made a point this morning, and he's been saying it to me over and over again over the last 3 days. He doesn't like talk shops. He wants to go away with a real mandate, a credible mandate, a legitimate mandate, and of course, within the context of the legislative environment that they work in, the compliance issues, the technical requirements, the resource constraints, the other external imperatives and complex kind of challenges that they will try and make this work. So what we want to send you away with in terms of our ask and our pledge to you and our input to Cathsseta, and this I've taken from the inputs from yesterday, some of the inputs this morning, and it might not be comprehensive, but it's more a kind of macro view. And so what we're actually sending Cathsseta away with is a whole lot of work to do. They've got a whole lot of work to do. And so we wish them well with that. And so some of the things that came out as they walked this path is to understand that that the HIPs themselves is not just one big thing, that the HIPs program is disaggregated into various pieces, and those pieces are the design and development, and the inputs that have come both from the commissions and our speakers is that these needs to be based on sound due diligence, that if we really want to show impact, that we need to have a proper baseline study, that decisions we take needs to be evidence-based, and while stakeholder engagement is important, it needs to happen alongside research. And that we need to keep it developmental. It has to be a living program. We need to make time for thinking, for reflection, for incorporating all the inputs, for experimentation, for learning. With the understanding that skills are viewed through an expanded lens, also with an understanding that the subsectors, while there's a differentiation between them, there's also an intersectionality between them, also with an understanding that on top of all of this differentiation is the need for 21st century global economy skills for our young people, because they step into a workplace that is closing a lot. The AI piece, the consideration about reskilling, upskilling, and ecosystemic working in terms of an expanded understanding of how do we optimize the efficiencies, how do we make sure that the mismatch between supply and delivery, demand and supply of skills is, the mismatch is actually dealt with and closed. How do they establish these priorities? And then the sustainability of the programs. And also accountability, because I think in them engaging us and people in the room, there's been an expectation created. And consultation and stakeholder management needs to continue, and the trust and the currency that's been built in this social contract that started with this conference needs to continue and be managed in a open and trusting, open and open way, transparent way. Then the next piece about implementation is to understand partnerships, collaborations, also to start also with the design and development, start with also there's things in place. And clearly not everybody knows what is happening, but there is a whole lot of things happening. And within the compliance piece, they can't take hands with everyone, but to do a proper due diligence to find out what's there. Also with implementation, to understand that Cathsseta itself needs to ensure that it has the correct capabilities, capacities, competencies, and culture to give effect to this. So in addition to the integrated way, in terms of creating efficiencies across the setas, there's an internal imperative for Cathsseta to be thinking about, well, we want to do this, 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 and this. We've also heard that there's implication in terms of skills, there's implication in terms of management systems, there's implications on all kinds of things. Can we actually do this? And how do we do it? So that's with them. To be, where am I? Oh, okay, and also to look at the shared resources and ecosystemic engagement in terms of implementation. So that ecosystemic part is coming through, the collaboration is coming through, and important for them. Of course, all of this is going to go into a report, so I'll write it more coherently and forcefully for them, instructively for them. The third piece is reporting, monitoring, evaluation, and stakeholder management. You heard how important monitoring and evaluation is. And the piece that was spoken about is that the organization needs what's called dynamic capabilities. It speaks again to the culture and all else that they need to give effect. So this preparatory work is one thing, but to give successful effect and implementation of the HIPs is another conversation that needs to be held. And also to establish a relevant and real monitoring and evaluation system, integrating it into the management system, establishing a stakeholder management guidelines, because I think what I've been hearing from people in the corridors, in the commissions, is they want to feel seen, and they want to be, they want a space and place for this. So how does Cathsseta create that through a policy, through a framework where they don't overpromise and underdeliver, but come up with a real engagement strategy with you, and how you define that engagement, communication, reporting, and also be clear on what constitutes impact. I know you have imperatives around what impact looks like, but how then is it going to be looking like and feeling like beyond the technical pieces? And that came from a more expanded kind of version on that. We talked about the ecosystem. Okay, and then understanding policy implications, being strategic and aware of your priorities. I've spoken about that. And also the big thing that came out is to understand the differentiation between the subsectors and within the subsectors. And I think the thing that we heard loud and clear from everyone is that HIPs cannot be of and for itself. It needs to be for the beneficiaries, it needs to have a user friendliness, it needs to have a legitimacy, it needs to have a realness. We don't know what that looks like, and we wish them well in that work. I think the big thing is that what we heard from many people up here, there's a social currency and commitment to want Cathsseta to succeed. This is a pioneering endeavor. It can change the game for CETAs. It can change the game. I think Candace said it's catalytic. It can be catalytic for the transformation. It can be exponential into how we meet our impact. So what's been wonderful is the goodwill that's been shown by many of the speakers on stage and off stage to help Cathsseta on this journey. And we want to thank people for that. So Professor Hugo stole my last line. Where is he? Talking about the weaver. I mean, now you took it out from, but never mind. And I think so the point is that it's time that this is just the beginning, it's not the end. It's time for all of us, if we're saying that we have collective responsibility, to roll up our sleeves, and this is my favorite, taking heart, hands, head, and gut, apparently, and understanding that hope is when we work together. And I liked the last speaker saying, guys, this is serious business. We are building this country. So all of us need to show up with whatever way we can in the best way possible. And just as the social contract that we took here, we need to be fully present and show up fully. So I'm going to leave it there. I said a lot. I think after this, you might get some resignations from the team because it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot of work, but we wish you well, and we're here to support you and cheer you, but more importantly, take hands with you. Next we have the vote of thanks from Ms. Rachel Peary, who is a board member. Please come up, ma'am. And she's going to do the task of pulling it together. She has an understanding as a board member to convey thanks and move the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, wow, wow. What a conference of robust debates and discussions. Let us stand and give ourselves a round of applause. Let us stand. Yeah, let us stand. Woo. Woo. We got up, we showed up, and we made this conference a success. As we bring this remarkable journey to a close, I want to take a moment to reflect on the incredible discussions, ideas, and inspirations that have unfolded over the past 2 days. This conference has been a collaboration of all the Cathsseta 6 sectors, partners that have met under one roof mainly arts, culture, hospitality, sports, gambling, travel and tourism, education, CTOs, and Ms. Sita that joined us now. We've explored how Cathsseta can transform our country, help alleviate poverty through education and skills development, and forge lasting bonds with our partners. We have heard the challenges from the TVTs by Prof. Putitsi and have received some positive feedback from Director General Dr. Robert Gune, and the rest of our panelists, speakers, and you who have raised suggestions, concerns online and in this conference. You were all outstanding. You brought your A game to this conference, including the entertainment. Thank you, and we appreciate you for all that you've done. But our journey doesn't end here. The conversations we've had, the exchange of ideas and the knowledge we have gained, and the connections we have made are just the beginning. As we return to our respective fields of communities, let us... Okay. Oh, it's going to block my... Okay. As we return to our respective fields and communities, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation that has defined this conference. Let us continue to push boundaries, to challenge the norms, and to lay a foundation for the next generations of learners and the future of the workforce, to raise the income capita per household, which will lead to the growth of our economy. I want to extend our deepest gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, organizers, and the participants who have made this event possible. Your passion, hard work, and dedication are what made this conference a success. And your contribution has undoubtedly sparked new ideas and possibilities for all of us on the board, the executives, and the employees of Cathsseta to carry out their mandate. Thank you to all the pledges and commitments. As we part ways, I encourage you to stay connected, to keep dialogue alive, and to continue exploring rich possibilities with Cathsseta. Together we have the power to shape our future, where creativities and connections are the heart of every experience. Thank you for attending the Cathsseta Skills Conference 2024. We wish you safe travels until we meet again for our next conference. May your journey be filled with inspirations, creative ideas to move our country forward. I hope this conference has inspired you all to be more involved with Cathsseta. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, guys, we're almost there. I'm very pleased to say this is my last time up here. I think I've used up all my steps walking up and down for the last 2 days. I want to say thank you to all of you in the room for your patience with us moving things around, for your patience with me taking away tea times, holding you a little bit longer before you got to your food. Thank you so much. I want you to give yourself a round of applause. A Cathsseta round of applause. Okay, to our online people, thank you for staying with us. I want to read one last comment from someone called David Koch. And David, we're gonna find you after this. We're gonna hunt you down and find you. And he says, business has huge interest in being part of this. The MOU and the deal and all else. TVET interns and to become part of the business environment and ecosystem. So David, if you can put online who you are and how we can find you, Cathsseta. But I think that's a great way to end. And this is where I bowed. I also want to cry because I'm going to miss all of you, miss this pressure. I got to go back to my own life where I now can get up at normal times. But it's been such a pleasure. Thank you for allowing me to just be me and bring my spirit and soul to this. I really appreciate you, and onwards and upwards.
Don't go. I'm sure you can do much better, guys. Much better. Thank you so much, Shimon. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're not going to give you anything so that you can continue to be with us in all our other events coming. We've come to the one last leg of our engagement, and I think it's going to be the most exciting one of all. We've demonstrated what we're talking about here when we're talking about collaboration, networking, coordinating, and aligning. But it's been said that everybody that's been in this house, both that have left, those that were online, and those that still remain, have committed to collaboration and working together. In order to cement that, to prove that, I'm going to ask Mr. Mota to come here and tell us what he wants us to do to indeed buttress the point that we here agree that we are together and one and weaving for this country going forward. Mr. Mota.
Thank you, Mr. Ndlovu, for this privilege. I have just been charged with a very simple task of ensuring that the activities that we engaged in the past 2 days are cemented and solidified into a commitment that we shall all take with ourselves. I have been charged with the responsibility to lead us to take a pledge to ensure that all the efforts and all the resources that have been spent in the past 2 days do not go to waste, that they do not fall between the cracks, and that they do not dissipate with the winter that is leaving us, that we can have the summer that we have without a commitment that we take with ourselves. And on that note, I will request you to please rise, that we take a pledge for establishing collaboration, partnerships, and alignment on high-impact projects. And for us to take this pleasure in a seamless and in a collaborative manner, I will lead, and then you will say after me so that we take the breaks in the necessary spaces so that the pledge makes sense. And the pledge reads as follows. You can raise your right hand if you want to. And the pledge says, we gathered here today are committed to fostering a culture of innovation, inquiry and skills development through the implementation of dedicated high-impact projects. Recognizing the importance of high-impact projects in advancing knowledge, solving critical problems, and contributing to societal progress. We pledge to support the following principles. The first one being commitment to excellence. We will strive to maintain the highest standards of high-impact projects. Ensuring that our work is rigorous, ethical, and impactful. Collaborative environment. We will create a supportive and collaborative environment where partners can share ideas, resources, and expertise, fostering interdisciplinary work and innovation. Continuous learning. We pledge to support continuous learning and professional development. Encouraging our partners to stay informed about the latest developments in their fields. Ethical responsibility. We will uphold the highest ethical standards in all our high-impact projects, ensuring transparency, integrity, and respect for all participants and stakeholders. Dissemination of knowledge. We will actively disseminate the lessons learned through publications, conferences, and other appropriate channels, contributing to broader community and advancing public knowledge. Sustainable practices. We will prioritize sustainability in high-impact projects, seeking to minimize environmental impact and promote skills development that contributes to long-term societal well-being. By taking this pledge, we affirm our commitment to these principles and to the success of the high-impact projects. We believe that through our collective efforts, we can make significant contributions to our fields of development and to the world at large. Thank you for taking the pledge.
Before you can get seated. And please allow that hand to rest a bit. It's showing that it's a long way to go and there's a long, hard work still coming. Colleagues, in very brief, allow me for the first time to read something. This, the inaugural conference of the Cathsseta, has been a resounding success. Thank you to the board, the executive led by the CEO, and special thanks goes to Dr. Umana and the RME team for the relentless effort, long hours, and emotional vulnerabilities you had to go through, especially because I'm not a very easy person to work with. A huge Cathsseta applause goes to Shemen Chetty and team for the great work. A very big one, colleagues. This vision and dream would not have realized if it were not for your dedication and hard work. You led very, very ably. The biggest highlights for me and take-homes include the following. The input from DG DPME, especially the commitment to taking the initiative to Cabinet and making the Cathsseta the pilot of the NSDP in action. That is a great achievement, and I think we have to clap for that. Second to that, the honest reflection by the DDG around the qualification and curriculum review processes and the anecdote of the construction of the platform and then subsequent assessment. He touched on this and he said some very touchy and moving story about it. The recognition that the biggest challenge we have is that of reviewing our qualifications and working together in the development of new programs and the delivery systems, including the assessment systems, that will not make us take portfolio committees to Umalusi and be told that, no, we cannot say that these learners did bake this cake because they were not there when they baked them, and they also didn't taste the cake, so how the hell? They rather write a three-hour exam to prove that they really did bake the cake. Including the observation that clearly the work we have to do is cut out for us. We carefully selected the colleges that work in our sectors for attendance and participation on the planning committee. We therefore have heard from you, and we trust that going forward, we will collectively develop the relevant and responsive programs and through HIPs provide the necessary means to deliver same. We've made the undertaking that as the Cathsseta, we will partner with the colleges in the delivery of occupational programs, from the design of those programs through to the provision of the infrastructure for the delivery and right through to the RME that must inform and drive that process. However, we have also met with industry and we've listened to you and agreed to working together in addressing the 3 scourges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We wish to emphasize that you are not set for training and skills provision. Let our institutions set for this do this. This is applicable and goes to gaming and lotteries too. Where there are gaps in provisioning, let our public institutions and the private institutions set up for this do this and make those gaps to be covered so that you concentrate on the business that is your core business and you let our institutions deliver the programs and qualifications that will be responsive to your needs. We also try to unpack the 3 skills requirements levels we are to respond to as a sector. If you remember the Fusion, the Zebula, and the Tuku examples, and also you remember the examples we've made about individuals, in particular that anti-sitting with those chips, as well as that NEET, those people that were sitting, or rather were over that skip, rummaging for food, it all showed us that there are different levels of skills that we should plan for and provide. And our job in playing this weaver responsibility is to work together to make sure that in an equitable manner, all of them receive as per that which is equitably their share as declared by the rights that are enshrined in our Constitution. We cannot afford to provide for some at the exclusion of others. In particular, when they are the majority and they are our youth. We need to, and as this SETA will, 7.1, with immediate effect, convene a meeting of all the sectors through the organizers of this conference and take this conversation forward, starting from the report that has come through to the roadmap that will emerge out of that. You are joined at the hip with us. Having come here means you are with us for the long haul. We will also work with SACPO's research desk, and the M&E specialists who made presentations here today. Our next SSP will not be the same. So whichever city Boitumelo was speaking about, we are there too. The implementation map that Boitumelo showed informs, guides, directs, and imitates and emulates our own implementation program that we've been running as this SETA over the last 3 years. We are very grateful for the time, the effort that you've spent. The fact that you still are here says you really and truly have joined us in the signing of, or rather in the saying of this pledge and the taking thereof, so that together we can make this country the best country that it should be. We thank you. With these words, I therefore, with the powers invested upon me, declare this conference duly closed. Thank you. We opened with the marimbas. They are waiting outside to serenade you out. So please join them.
are loud enough. Right. Chumane, we can't use this one.
Yeah, we can use this.
They are loud enough. That's why I'm monitoring
No,
it.
this is their sound, Baba. I'm not using.
Yeah, it's fine. They're done. What's your Bashaman issue?
Just move around.
Let him switch. Bashaman, tell that guy to end the stream. The one in the disc. Yeah.